Our election coverage continues. You can watch us now on YouTube. We're going live at knxnews.com. There's a link right there. We can make another call. Missouri for Donald Trump. So it's Missouri and Ohio in the last few minutes, and more states where the polls are closing. Nevada is one of them. That's a big one. Also Idaho, Montana, Utah. This is KNX News.
Only on KNX News 97.1 FM.
It's 7 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The polls have just closed in 3 more states. CBS News projects that when all the votes are counted, former President Donald Trump will win Montana and Utah. CBS News characterizes Nevada as a toss-up, and Vice President Harris is projected to win Illinois and New York for an electoral count so far of Trump 162 to Harris's 81. The magic number is 270. Voter Sarah Tenney from Iowa is optimistic about Trump's chances.
I'm just very confident that Trump, he never polls as high as he gets like on election day. So I think if he's tied with Kamala, he's going to definitely win.
These men voted for Vice President Harris, telling CBS Evening News.
I think she fits more what I'm looking for into a leader.
She would make history if she wins. This would make history for the world.
Pennsylvania is the prize to win, but CBS's Cecilia Vega reports that Secretary of the Commonwealth Al Schmidt, a Republican, says the results will be slow in coming.
Here's the headline. We will not have in-person turnout numbers tonight. He says the numbers, they're seeing very high turnout numbers in the state for an election year. They're looking right now, he says, at some 2 million mail-in ballots. That's a headline because they had in 2020 2.5 million mail-in ballots. Schmidt says that, though, should not be interpreted as a reflection in enthusiasm.
CBS's Derica Duncan is in Detroit, Michigan.
We reached out to a spokesperson from the Trump campaign to ask them how they're feeling about Michigan, and they simply said, quote, "We feel great." The Secretary of State told me today that based on the number of voters who cast their ballot before the polls even opened today, she expects that Michigan is on pace to break a record when it comes to voter turnout.
Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says there were some reported bomb threats to polling places in his state, but all were deemed non-credible. He tells Georgia Public Broadcasting.
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are.
CBS's Major Garrett has been looking over the preliminary exit polls.
We do have some areas of emphasis for the two candidates and their supporters. Let's go first to Harris voters. Most important issue for Harris voters. democracy and the preservation thereof, 58%. Abortion and abortion rights, reproductive health care generally, 22%. Economy, 12%.
So far, CBS News projects that Republicans have won 2 Senate seats, while Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, and Republican Florida Senator Rick Scott have been reelected. CBS News also projects Democratic State Attorney General Josh Stein will win the governor's race in North Carolina, defeating Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Election Night 2024
on KNX News 97.1 FM. Brought to you by LMU Loyola Law School, where students ignite justice. LLS.edu/radio.
Here are Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman.
Yeah, here we are at 7:03. I'm Mike Simpson. He's Charles Feldman, our guest in studio for this evening. Mimi Walters, former Republican Congresswoman. Autumn Burke, former Democratic State Assemblywoman. Tim Malloy, polling analyst for the Quinnipiac University poll. We are over the air at 97.1. We're on the Odyssey app. We're at knxnews.com and now on YouTube, so you can watch us. The link's at knxnews.com.
We're like everywhere.
That's right.
Yeah, you can't
get rid of us.
You cannot get rid of us, even if you wanted to, but you don't want to. We have a couple of more races that KNX News can now call. All of these are for Donald Trump: the state of Ohio, the state of Missouri, the state of Montana, and the state of Utah.
Just an hour until our polls close here in California. One of the biggest local races in L.A. County. This is the battle between the incumbent DA, George Gascon, challenger Nathan Hochman. We had the DA's debate, the KNX News and L.A. Times DA's debate right here. Pete Demetriou is with the Hochman campaign in Beverly Hills.
This is what I call it, the finish line for Nathan Hochman, something that began roughly 13 months ago when he decided to run as an independent here, and it's been a rather contentious campaign. Hochman came in second behind Gascon in the primary, and after that it has been literally a slugfest, with Hochman indicating that Gascon's progressive prosecution policies had allowed crime to surge in Los Angeles County. And he criticized him for the, if you want to call it, the use of certain policies that did not allow for proper prosecution of people. And, of course, Gascon is saying that crime actually is down, according to many figures, and that some of the policies that he has suggested that will reduce crime take several years to actually bring to full fruition, and he deserves a second term to make those policy differences. Hochman has had a tremendous financing, if you want to call it, edge against George Gascon, roughly more than $1.5 million just in the 2 or 3 weeks before the election itself. He's had a lot of TV ads. He's paid for a lot of signs and a lot of phone calls and everything else like this. And they're quiet but fairly confident here at the place in Beverly Hills, where they're going to be holding a gathering for the Hochman supporters. Matter of fact, give you an idea of how confident they are. They just unveiled a banner about 30 seconds ago, Charles. It says Nathan Hochman, Los Angeles County District Attorney.
Well, that is confident, but, sometimes being overconfident isn't so good. But, okay, he's confident. Yeah.
He's confident, but there's the question involved on this one. And Gascon thinks there's still a way of turning it around. But the margins we're talking here, somewhere in the vicinity between 18 and 30% that Hochman has in the lead. It remains to be seen whether those numbers that were in the polling are actually going to hold out in the election. The key on this one, and you'll talk about this, I have no doubt, is what the turnout is for Proposition 36 statewide. Those votes here in Los Angeles County definitely going for Hochman.
Well, Pete Demetriou, as often as the case, gave us the perfect segue, because Pete is quite right that we are going to talk about.
It was our next topic.
Proposition 36. And so let me start off with Autumn, and both you and Mimi, not to leave Tim out, but Tim is a Florida resident.
He'll be all right over there.
Yeah. But we'll get back to Tim. But let's talk about 36. And first of all, for people who may not have voted, although everybody should have, but if they didn't, what is 36?
So 30.
Autumn.
Oh, sorry. Was that to me?
Yeah.
36.
Yeah.
I was going to answer it anyway. 36 is essentially a referendum of a 2014 proposition that reduced sentences for crimes under, I think it's $970.
$950.
Yeah. And listen, I had a district I have a very progressive district, and they were all in on Prop 14 when it ran in 2014, and they have been aggressively working towards seeing Prop 36 pass.
Mimi, is the era of progressive prosecution in California dead if Hochman ends up winning?
Oh, I think so. If it's not dead, it's significantly set back. It's really interesting to see how Proposition 36 is polling so high, especially in the state of California. I think people are just tired of the crime. They're frustrated. They're scared. They want our law enforcement and those that are in leadership to follow through on the law and keep people safe.
But we've done many, many stories over the past few months about the difference between the perception of the crime issue in California versus the reality. And I mean, while there are some isolated incidents that are truly tragic and terrible, and nobody wants it to happen to them or their family, the fact of the matter is that we are better off than many, many years ago in California.
Well, you might think we are better off, but there are people that don't think we are better off.
But I'm talking about the numbers. I mean, the numbers are the numbers.
Yeah, but people also aren't being incarcerated like they were in the past. And so when you say the numbers are the numbers, how can you really compare that? Because your data is when people get put in jail and they're not being put in jail. So I think we have to send a message to the people of California that we're going to keep you safe. And if you're going to break the law, go someplace else because you're going to be punished for it.
It's funny because that's a message that your DA in Orange County has exactly used against our DA, George Gascon, here. He says, if they're breaking the law in L.A. and they're coming down to my county to break the law down here, and that you can't do that kind of stuff here. And I saw you. The people on YouTube probably saw you if you're watching us through the cameras here, knxnews.com. When Autumn said even people in my progressive district, my former district, are all for Prop 36. Interesting. And you nodded your head.
Yeah.
Is that kind of a shock that even progressives, or is this just
it's surprising to me.
We went too far in one direction?
Yeah.
What was it?
I think it's surprising to me that that Autumn said that, because I would have assumed that they wouldn't be supportive of 36. But to your point, they are, because they're tired of it too.
Right, and it is a bipartisan proposition. It is one of the few you'll ever see, right? So I think that says a lot.
Well, and that actually does bring me to the Floridian amongst us, Tim Malloy. I mean, the polling has shown that crime has been of paramount importance, crime, immigration, that sort of thing, at the national level too. And yet, the same question I raised locally for California, I'll raise to you. The numbers really don't support the fear.
No, they don't. They don't. And violent crime is actually down. And the overblown accusations that the crimes are committed by immigrants or people coming from another country are also exaggerated. That's just a fact. That's not even a polling thing we do. That's just a resident. So yeah, but I think that like New York City, the same thing. I mean, New York is not as the cesspool place that everybody says it is.
Yeah.
That a lot of conservative publications say it is. Violent crime is down in New York City.
Is this kind of the same thing, and this is for any in the group here, is this kind of the same, vote with your gut, how you feel, and it's the same kind of conversation we had about the economy earlier. Maybe the numbers say it's good, but if you think it's bad still, if crime is down but you think it's up, then you're going to vote that way anyways. This is just a gut check.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel unsafe, you're going to do what you need to do, and it doesn't always have to be fact for you to feel unsafe. And people clearly the polls show that people feel unsafe. And that's what Prop 36 is moving toward.
But Mimi, when we had here at KNX we had the debate between Hochman and George Gascon, and one of the things that we pointed out to them was that if you go back to, I think it was we were using 2023 as the year, that almost all of the counties throughout California showed an increase in crime, but most of those counties did not have progressive district attorneys by any measure. So there didn't seem to be a correlation between whether or not the DEA of a particular county was or wasn't progressive, whatever that means, and the actual crime.
Yeah, but you look at Prop 47. Prop 47, basically said if you're going to go in and steal less than $950 worth of goods from a store, we're not going to prosecute you. You're okay. You also look at the fact that if somebody is shooting up heroin on the side of the street, they now just get a ticket. They are not taken to jail. Okay, so what does that say to just your everyday people who are walking around the streets, people who are actually committing a crime but not being punished for it. Our law enforcement did not have the tools under Prop 47 to clean up the streets and to put people in jail. And that fed on itself, and so the crime has gotten worse and worse over the years. And I think the people are tired of it, and they said, I've had enough.
There is an element to Prop 36 that's really important, though. That is also, there is treatment. There is mental health treatment involved in it. There is drug treatment involved in it. So it's not just about adding the penalty, but it's also about treating the issue at its core. And I think that's one of the things that we missed in the first go around.
Autumn Burke there, Mamie Walters. You heard Tim Malloy. Election coverage continues right here on KNX News. We can make another call for you, too. Kamala Harris winning Colorado.
Election Night 2024 on KNX News 97.1 FM is back after these words.
Feeling overwhelmed and frustrated after an accident is natural.
It's Election Night 2024
on KNX News 97.1 FM.
Mike Simpson, Charles Feldman with you, and our in-studio guest. Still waiting for these states, these swing states, too close to call. Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, the big ones. Waiting for our polls to close 43 minutes from now.
Both presidential candidates poured a lot of resources into swaying voters from the battleground state of Pennsylvania. And no.
We're going to talk about that in a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
But it's true.
But it is
that's
true.
a true statement.
But it is true.
We're going to go to a reporter in Pennsylvania in a few minutes from now.
All right.
Right now, we've got our in-studio guests that we can talk to. We've got Mimi Walters, former Republican Congresswoman, Autumn Burke, former Democratic State Assemblywoman, and Tim Malloy, our pollster, Quinnipiac University poll. You want to do a gut check for us now that we're getting closer? Autumn Burke, we can start with you. Your face doesn't look super happy.
No, I'm not. I don't want to do a gut check right yet. I'm still now I'm telling myself to breathe. Listen, the swing states aren't in yet, and that's really what matters. I really am waiting for Pennsylvania and North Carolina also to see what they do. I think that they will be indicators for a lot of these other swing states. So holding firm.
Mimi?
Well, I think it's looking better for Trump, although it's still early, and there's still, as Autumn said, we still have the swing states to be.
But tell us why you think it.
Because he's leading in all of the swing states right now, except for perhaps I think Pennsylvania is the one that I don't think he is leading in right now. But he's looking stronger than she is in the states so far.
All right, let's bring in our Alex Silverman, our brand manager. You've got your computers, you've got all your data up.
I want to put a couple of numbers to these characterizations because with about 52% counted in Pennsylvania, Trump has just taken the lead by less than 100,000 votes. Obviously, that can change as the night goes on. Georgia, though, 85% have been counted. You heard the guest earlier talking about waiting for the in-person vote to come in. We don't know how much of that has happened yet, but Donald Trump has held a lead of about 200,000 votes for quite a while as more of that vote ticks in Georgia.
Yeah, he kept saying, wait for those big cities to come in, if they come in as big as Harris would hope them to.
And if we're looking at Fulton County right now, we have more than 90% of the vote in Fulton County where Atlanta is located. And so it's not like there's a big section of that major urban center still out.
We can go to Philadelphia now. We've got Jim Melwer from KYW Philadelphia News Radio on the line with us. Jim, talk to us about Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's hard to say because 42% of Philadelphia has been counted, and that's really key. 10% of the electorate is in Philadelphia, and about a third of the electorate is in the five-county area. And right now, as Alex said, Donald Trump is up by about 2 points with 52% of votes counted. But in Philadelphia, it's only 42%. And without knowing what wards in Philadelphia, there are some parts of Philadelphia that trend a little more Republican. So it's hard to say. But basing what we've seen, the earlier votes that are counted tend to be the mail-in ballots, which tend to favor Democrats. And this in 2020, it was about 3.5 to 1. In 2022, it was about 3 to 1 Democrat to Republican, those early ballots, which are the first ones in Pennsylvania to be counted. But this year, there was a big push in Pennsylvania to get Republicans out to use mail-in ballots in the very purple Bucks County, which is really one of the 3 bellwether counties to watch in Pennsylvania. About 40% of ballots returned by this morning were Republicans. So it's hard to say. They always say past results aren't going to predict the future with any certainty, but with Donald Trump up by 2 points at this point, I won't make any calls or any predictions, but I will say that he's in pretty good shape here in Pennsylvania.
Surprising?
No. I mean, yes and no. But we've seen Donald Trump is just such a unique candidate. I don't think any of us in our lifetimes have seen a guy who can say the things that he says. He's getting significant union support, even though he said, that just as an example, that he'd love to get rid of unions, yet there's a lot of union workers who were supporting him. So, I mean, the guy is just able to say things that would cancel out a typical candidate, but say other things that will override that and get support from people who you wouldn't expect to support. So I won't say it's surprising. All the polls we saw were well within the margin of error. So We expected this to go down to the wire. Pennsylvania is not known for counting votes quickly. Quite the opposite. Based on laws, they're not allowed to prep mail-in ballots to count. So it takes about 6 hours on election day just to get in the bigger counties just to get those ready to feed in. So, the counties that I monitor in the suburban Philadelphia were saying they'd probably have their unofficial count done by about late morning or noon tomorrow. So, we'll see. The AP can work their statistical magic, and maybe they can call it sooner, or maybe it'll go to the wire.
All right, we're watching. Jim Melbert from KYW in Philadelphia. Let's get another roundup here with our Chris Sedens.
Yeah, Mike, this is interesting. The New York Times reporting that Donald Trump, as they see it right now, is a slight favorite to win the popular vote. Back in 2016, of course, he became president, winning the Electoral College, but losing the popular vote to Hillary Clinton. Wisconsin, very, very tight right now at this point. About 47% of the votes counted. Neck and neck, pretty much a dead heat. Kamala Harris, 48.9%. Donald Trump, 49.7%. Wisconsin with 10 electoral votes. Michigan, a hotly contested state, 15 electoral votes. At last check, about 20% of the ballots counted. Close race there. Harris currently with 49.9%. Trump, 48.3%. So almost a dead heat there as well. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes, around 73% counted. Trump, slight lead, 52.5%. Harris, 46.4%. Let's go back to Georgia now. 16 electoral votes up for grabs. 82% of the ballots counted. Still a very tight race. Trump currently leading 51.9% of the vote. Harris at 47.4%. And New Hampshire with 4 electoral votes, about 54% now counted. Harris, 52.2%. Trump 46.8%. Let's take a quick run through now. KNX News has projected several state winners for former President Donald Trump: Mississippi, Alabama, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana, Arkansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, Wyoming, Texas, Ohio, Missouri, Utah, and Montana. We also are projecting Trump wins the statewide vote in Nebraska with three electoral votes. And for Vice President Harris, KNX News projects Washington, D.C., Illinois, Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Jersey, New York, and Colorado. Charles, Mike, back to you.
All right, Chris, back in just a couple minutes.
Have you dreamed of strolling through Europe's grand capitals or discovering ancient wonders in Egypt or South?
Back here with our election coverage, Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman. And Charles, you had some questions for our pollster in the room.
Yeah, Tim Malloy, you said you had something about Pennsylvania.
We polled Pennsylvania. Quinnipiac polled October 30th, so it's 6 days old. But we asked a question: who would do a better job of handling things? Preserving democracy was a tie between them. But the conflict in the Middle East was Trump by 10 points up, the economy by 10 points, immigration by 10 points, abortion. Harris did well on. But we also asked, what do you think of the person? And Harris eclipsed him by 25 points on honesty. He got terrible, terrible marks on honesty when we polled Pennsylvania. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Well.
On everything else, he was ahead.
It's Autumn Burke there. How does that make you feel? Let's if he's in Pennsylvania and it's looking quote unquote pretty good for him so far, and we're still waiting obviously on a whole bunch of votes, but if they don't like him on honesty, but
Yeah,
it doesn't,
I mean, it
doesn't
is
matter.
the
If he's better for the
constant
economy, if he's better than,
I think it's the. I mean, I always land on it's like the authenticity. Even when he lies, there's a sense of authenticity even in his lying that like people can connect to. I mean, obviously, I don't know. Nobody's really figured out how he gets away with kind of saying whatever, and still we're having this kind of tense.
But is it coming back perhaps to that old political axiom about it's the economy, stupid, right?
Right.
I mean, maybe people don't care about his honesty or dishonesty or criminal record because he is
if it's good for my 401k, if it's good for my stocks, it's good for me.
In a couple weeks, he gets sentenced. Like, how is that falling through the cracks?
But if people are feeling, rightly or wrongly, that it's costing them more to fill up their cars or to buy groceries, despite the fact that a lot of that inflation bump was because of the pandemic. But if that's the way they feel, perhaps they are willing to overlook everything else. Tim, you look like you were about to say
I said
something.
James Carville said the other night, do you care more about milk prices than you do about the state of the democracy, the bedrock of what this country is built on? His bet is that you would care more about that. So far,
people need to live. They need to, they do care, I think, more about the economy just because they can touch it, they can feel it. They can't touch and feel democracy. They can watch it, they can see it, but they're not having to live their everyday lives. I mean, we're all political junkies, right? I mean, we live and breathe this stuff, but your average American is living their life. They're wanting to, many of them, get married, raise a family, and that's their lives. The political part of their lives is not as central as it is to people like us.
Do you think, Mimi, that because the inflation rate certainly is lower now, there's no question about it. The joblessness rate is lower now. There's no question about that too. But did it happen too late?
Yeah, and it's not as low. Inflation isn't as low as it was under Donald Trump. So remember, you were at 1%, 2% for many years before we hit the pandemic, and then everything skyrocketed, and it didn't come down quick enough. And so now we're in this situation where it's still not as low as it was when he was under his presidency.
Autumn?
I mean, I think, yes, obviously. I mean, I go to the grocery store. My grocery bill has been higher. And I get that people don't feel democracy right this second. But you can ask people in other countries, they feel it when they don't have it. And unfortunately, by the time they feel it and feel not having it, it's going to be a little too late.
And I agree with you on that 100%, but I also believe in the founding of this country and the fact that we have a constitution, we have a Bill of Rights, we have a Supreme Court, we have an executive branch, we have a legislative branch of government, and of course the judicial with the Supreme Court. Our system is set up for those freedoms, and even not one person can come in and undo those freedoms. I don't believe it. I think our founding fathers were brilliant people, and I don't think that will ever happen.
Her face doesn't believe
I
you.
absolutely think that Trump has time and time again proven that those guardrails, not to use a common word, but they are guardrails. I agree that were genius by our founding fathers. He has systematically said he will disregard them and get rid of them. And he has. I mean, when you have people storming the Capitol because you won't accept the basic guardrail of an election result, you have already said, I don't care about your rules or your Constitution or anything in between.
Autumn Burke there, former Democratic State Assemblywoman. You've heard from Mimi Walters, former Republican Congresswoman representing Northern Orange County. Tim Malloy's in the studio with us, polling analyst for the Quinnipiac University poll. It's election night here on KNX News. Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman with you. We're going to take another look at an important swing state, Michigan, the early exit polling there. Majority of Michigan voters with an unfavorable view of both of the candidates. With us now is the University of Michigan's director of the Center for Political Studies, Ken Coleman. Ken, how are things looking so far tonight in Michigan?
Well, what I see so far is a lot of continuation of what we saw in 2020, but I do see not as robust turnout in key places for Harris. Whether I'm looking at Washtenaw County and Oakland County and Kent County, these are key places. She's leading in those areas with about 50 to 60% of the vote, but the turnout numbers are not what they were in 2020. They're off a little bit. And so, Trump won by, Biden won by, about 120,000 votes in 2020. So Harris doesn't have a lot of room for error if those key places where she's strong are not getting the kind of turnout that Biden had.
Ken, let me ask you this, and of course we don't know yet who is the winner, but based on what we've been seeing so far, is the argument that this was an election or is an election about democracy, did that, in your view, just not gel enough for enough Americans?
Well, I think for certain voters it was very important. I think for people, especially on the Democratic side, on the Harris side, I think it was very important. But for people that are Trump supporters and maybe the more independent voters, obviously it was more pocketbook issues, and inflation is looming very large. There's other issues on the margins. The border is, of course, important. Biden's not a very popular president, and that's just the reality that hangs over the Harris candidacy.
And so Harris, in your view, hasn't been able to successfully walk that line between distancing herself from Biden, but yet wedding herself to Biden at the same time?
Well, we don't know the outcome. I mean, if she ends up winning, it looks to me like if she's going to win, it's going to be in a very, very close election. If she wins, then I think people will say, well, she walked the line. If she loses, people will say she didn't walk the line well enough.
You mean who's going to be Monday morning quarterbacking on all this? Yeah, shocking. I mean, if she wins, she's got to knock out all these blue wall states at this point. And Trump flipped them before. Do they link her too much to if? And it's a funny thing because we've talked about this before, right? Donald Trump was president, but some people see him as now, again, the outside, non-incumbent kind of guy. But he was literally president of the United States. I mean, that's a strange thing, Ken.
Well, yeah, he's always run as somewhat of an outsider, but I think he's running on a perception of his record from his first presidency, which was that there was a strong economy. The world didn't seem as chaotic outside of the United States borders. And he's sort of successfully projected this image for certain people of being strong on the border and these kind of things. So these things are all resonating with certain number, half the country. And so he has his core supporters, and it's looked like it's going to be a nail biter this election. And to his credit, as a campaigner and as a politician, even after January 6th and all the troubles with the COVID, pandemic, he's in a knife edge election in 2024.
You were saying before, Ken, that some parts of the state, the turnout was not as perhaps hoped for by the Harris camp. Is there any notion why? And with the people not turning out, does that equate with not turning out at all and just not voting, or does it mean that they turned out but voted perhaps for Trump?
Oh no, I think I don't know why people aren't turning out. It could be that they're abstaining from that particular race and they're voting down ballot. I don't know.
Yeah.
We won't know that for a long time. But he, it's not. I think what I'm seeing are pretty much proportion in key places in the state of Michigan. What I'm seeing so far is that Harris is maintaining similar proportions of the vote in these key places, these key kind of Democratic leaning areas. But I'm seeing the total votes cast to be less than in 2020. And so when you're counting up at a state level, they're not going to help Harris carry the state as well.
All right, University of Michigan's director of the Center for Political Studies, Ken Coleman there. We got another call, Donald Trump winning Iowa. Now let's go over to our Alex Silverman. He's got some numbers out of Georgia.
Iowa, first of all, Mike, was a place where we saw some polling or exit polling data that was positive for Kamala Harris coming out the other day, and now it's decisively
the one that everybody jumped on, saying, "Oh my gosh,
exactly.
look at this poll!" Yeah.
And now we're ready to project that one for Donald Trump. But looking at Georgia, and Georgia is the first of our swing states to have a really substantial portion of the vote coming in, according to the Associated Press. And these estimates are always a little bit fluid, but estimating about 91% of the expected vote is in. And the lead for Donald Trump is a little over 150,000 to 200,000 votes. That amounts to about 2%. Now, when you drill down into the urban areas, and you heard the guest earlier we had from Georgia talking about what the expected turnout was going to be, we just didn't really have that information in the urban centers. In the in-person voting totals today, well, now we have 91% of the votes in from Fulton County, where Atlanta's located, 93% from neighboring Cobb County, and more than 95% from DeKalb County. And all of those are, obviously Kamala Harris is leading in those places, but with the votes in very substantially from those areas, if you're Donald Trump, you've got a smile on your face when it comes to Georgia at this very moment.
If you're Mimi Walters, our Republican in the room, smile on your face?
Yes, I'm the one Republican, I think, here. Yes, a smile on my face.
Autumn Burke, our Democrat?
Red Mirage.
Going with that?
That's a nice color.
All right, it's election night here on KNX News. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
You're listening to Election Night 2024 on KNX News 97.1 FM. It's Election Night 2024
on KNX News 97.1 FM.
Got another call we can make. Kansas for Trump, so that's Iowa and Kansas in the last few minutes. Let's get some more election updates from our Chris Sedens.
Yeah, Mike, let's start in Michigan this time around. 15 electoral votes up for grabs in Michigan, still very close there. About 24% of the ballots counted. Donald Trump, 49.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris, let me just do a little update here. Kamala Harris, 48.8%. Wisconsin, with 56% of the vote counted. Donald Trump at 49.8%. Harris, very close, 48.7%, almost a dead heat there. New Mexico, 62% in there, 53.4% leaning Harris. Trump with 44.7%. Also, let's see here. Ted Cruz winning re-election to the Senate from Texas, in a race that was seen as unusually competitive this time around. Taking a look at some other notable decisions coming in. Democrat Angela Brooks winning the open Maryland seat. In the Senate, vacated by Ben Cardin, defeating the very popular former governor there, Republican Larry Hogan. Florida's abortion rights ballot measure falling short today, 6 of the 60% required, making it the first of its kind to fail. Republican Rick Scott in Florida wins re-election to the U.S. Senate from that state as well. And Bernie Sanders, the independent from Vermont, who caucuses with Democrats, ran for president as a Democrat, wins re-election to the Senate in Vermont. Charles, Mike, back to you.
All right, Chris, thanks. Yeah, here with our in-studio guests. You want to do some scene setting? Here's what's going on in Mar-a-Lago tonight. Politico saying, here's who we've spotted so far. Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Caitlyn Jenner, Nigel Farage, Dana White, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the Trump family in the tuxedos and the ball gowns out there in Florida.
Yeah. Did you mention Cruz already?
Yeah, Chris did.
Oh, Chris did. That's right. Okay. But since you just mentioned Elon Musk, to what degree has his support, do you think, of Donald Trump played any significant role thus far? Who wants to tackle that one? Tim?
I don't get it. I don't get him, and I don't know. How's that?
That is the
best answer. Do you think his
answer.
Lottery or his $1 million giveaway has helped at all?
It seemed ridiculous at the time, but maybe it did.
Well, I wish I had signed up for that.
Well, I mean, but forgetting the $1 million giveaway, I mean, just his. I was reading just the other day that if you go on to what used to be Twitter, now X, that he is like the foremost, even if you don't.
He's the most
him.
Seen.
Right.
It's almost how they put it. They put it as his own private social media platform, and it's his views, and you get them.
Right, and some people are even complaining that they're not following him, and yet when they go on X, up comes.
Oh, he's there.
I mean, it's his algorithm.
Right,
it's his.
But in the past few weeks, it has been almost exclusively pro-Trump and anti-Kamala Harris, and he's got 100+ million or something like that followers at the moment. One would think that has to have some impact.
I wonder what the demographic breakdown is, and maybe young men,
right?
Which they were
Young bros.
203 million followers.
203. I think he may actually have the most. He used to be Barack Obama, but he has now eclipsed that, I think. Right?
Someone's talking to me.
Oh, someone's talking to you. Okay. Well, all right. Someone can fact check that.
What was the question?
I said I think that Barack Obama used to be the number 1 person on X or Twitter before that,
probably,
and has now been eclipsed by Elon Musk. But in any event.
He's only got 131 million.
Okay, so yeah. So, but is that troubling? I mean, in the sense that Musk has all of these contracts coming up with the federal government for his spaceship and for a myriad other of his enterprises, and if Trump ends up winning, isn't that an enormous conflict of interest?
There's so many conflicts of interest when you're talking about the federal government and politics.
Right.
I mean, you can't really, you'd have to scrutinize every single person who was in any administration who had any sort of, career or company. So
have we gotten to the point where we just accept it?
No,
as the
but
norm,
you have to listen. When you get appointed to a position, you have to fill out all sorts of paperwork. You have to disclose your assets. You have to. It's very transparent. It's not as if you just walk in and suddenly you can be appointed to something without having basically to disclose your whole life. I mean, there's a huge amount of reporting that goes on.
But none of that helped with Donald Trump when he was in the White House before.
Well, I mean, listen, you could say that about every president and everybody who, has held the office.
I don't know. Well, Autumn, can you say that about every president?
I mean, listen, I don't know if you can say it about every president, but I don't think it's an excuse. And I do not, and obviously it should be an issue. I mean, this is incredibly blatant. I mean, this isn't an extra 100,000 in a super PAC. I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars and then adjusting an algorithm on X to lean your way. I mean, this is egregious.
Let's take some of this and turn it into an election integrity conversation. We obviously have seen the ballots that were set on fire, the ballot boxes, exit polls showing voters they do think democracy is being threatened. We have Mitchell Brown with us, election administrator, researcher, evaluator, trainer, consultant at Auburn University. Mitchell, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, you know what, let's keep it on a kind of Twitter X conversation for a second here, because I was listening to something the other day and they were saying, there's so many rumors that will feed anyone who even has a sliver of a doubt that something fishy could be going on. They can immediately find someone to back up their idea.
That is 100% the case. The things that I hear, not only from looking at social media, but from my students who look at social media all the time about what's real and what's happening, are incredible and defy explanation, but people believe it.
How good are they at telling if it's real or not? And what's that conversation like when you have it with them?
Not particularly good. I had one student in August who I planned a class trip to DC for the election. My students are job shadowing some election officials up here, and one student who didn't want to go because she had already heard in August that when Trump won, the Democrats had coordinated with Antifa to riot in the cities, so Biden would declare martial law and go ahead and install Kamala Harris as president. And she believed it. And that's insane.
Well, but all right, as insane as it may be, how does that get changed in the years to come? Because if we keep going down that road, it's not a very good one.
It's a terrible one. And we all have a job to do. It's as they like to say, sometimes in the government, it's a whole of society problem, and everybody has to pitch in, or the constant rumor mongering around and paranoia around these kinds of issues will destroy us. And so we all have to be working at this all the time and verifying things all the time.
Is there like a counteroffensive you can do? I've seen more secretaries of state this year than any other year putting stories out, on their own feed saying, you might have seen something that says this, here's why we do that, or here's why that's not true. They almost have to go on the offense instead of just, fielding the questions as they come in.
Yeah, one of the things that we know is that the best messaging about this kind of stuff comes from messengers who are local. And so secretaries of state and some of the testing work really well as good messengers, but usually only for the people who are of their party in that state. And so one of the other things that we have to do is get everybody on board, because not every secretary was voted into office with 100% of their population, right? And so secretaries are good, but they're not the full answer. And so it's everybody across government has to be involved in this, and outside of government as well.
Yeah, but the question is, does everybody across the board in government want to be involved?
Yeah, obviously not, right? I mean, using misinformation as a political strategy is something that seems to be working really well. If you're not going to win in the courts, you might as well win in the court of public opinion, and that's a problem too.
How much worse is this going to get as we go through when we start talking about AI and deep fakes and everything else that's coming for us?
It's something everybody's concerned about. My sense of the American people is that it'll get worse until we have something to unify us and rally us around together. Unfortunately, those kinds of events are pretty catastrophic, and so you don't want to wish for them.
Oh, so when you say unifying event, you're talking about some
a really bad thing.
like a horrible situation, some tragedy?
Yeah, I mean, look at what happened to trust in government figures after 9/11. You could look at Western North Carolina and how people have rallied together across party lines to help the communities there. It's those kinds of things that happen when we can say, hey, common good. Let's get past all of the noise and get to common good.
Mitchell Brown, election administration researcher, evaluator, trainer, consultant there at Auburn University. Let's bring it back into the room for a second. I mean, there's very few problems, minor, when it comes to the elections and how they're conducted, but people think there are. And I mean, that wasn't a super hopeful conversation. How are we feeling?
Listen, I think social media has changed so much of the way elections are run and the way the way we communicate. And it's still a relatively new form of communication. And once that industry matures and people get more comfortable with it and we understand what the pitfalls are, the positives of it, the negatives of it, it'll work itself out. Society will figure it out. But it's going to take time.
Yeah, but Mimi, I mean, other countries have the same exposure to social media that we do, and yet they don't seem to be, certainly not among the Western democracies anyway, the same kind of discussions we're having about, this constant stream of misinformation and disinformation and the voting public not trusting. When people go in the UK or in France or in Germany to vote, they may not like the outcome, but they don't seem to have the same level of questioning about the validity of the process.
Well, the great thing about this country is we have the freedom of speech. And I don't know that...
They do in Western Europe, too.
But we have to take it extremely seriously in this country, and we do. And so how do you put guardrails around freedom of speech? That's a very difficult question because you have to sort through what the misinformation is. There's always going to be misinformation, but to what degree is there misinformation that you have to be careful of?
Autumn.
I mean, yes, we have freedom of speech, but we also do have someone running for president that is saying things like enemy within the second we exercise that freedom of speech. And so I really hope what Mitchell just said is not true. However, I am very afraid it is. I am very concerned that there is going to have to be something cataclysmic before we really understand. Like you just said, we'll figure it out. But we're not figuring it out. And we have had time. And I do think it is really a sad state of affairs when people in Georgia go to a polling place and have to be pulled out because there's a bomb threat. This is the United States of America, though. One of the best qualities was that we could go to our polling place and feel safe. And I think the second that starts breaking down, which we're watching we're not figuring it out. We're going to have to be proactive. We're going to have to do better than we're doing.
Yeah, but we've always had problems in our country. If somebody goes back and looks at history, we've always had countries. I mean, we've always had problems. I remember, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr. You know the way they solved their problem? They had a duel, and Alexander Hamilton died. We don't have duels anymore to solve problems. Society evolves, and technology and innovation, it's such a positive thing, but there's always risks with it. There's always going to be risks, and we have to learn how to manage those risks. And I think society, as we get more comfortable with this type of communication, we will. I have the confidence that we will.
And you believe it'll be...
Yeah, we're going to come back to that.
Yeah.
It's a great discussion.
Yes, it's a good one. We'll come back to it. Mimi Walters there, Autumn Burke. We got Tim Malloy in the studio. He's with the Quinnipiac University poll. Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman. Coverage continues right here on KNX News. And California polls close in just a few minutes.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
This is Southern California's news.
You know what's happening. We're up next. California, Oregon, Washington. Just saw a line of voters down in Orange County still hanging out in line. What do they always say? If you're in line, stay in line. You will get to vote. Our election coverage continues right here on KNX News. National update now from CBS. It's 8 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. CBS News projects former President Donald Trump will win Idaho, Iowa, and Kansas, while Vice President Harris is projected to win California, with Oregon and Washington likely for Harris. Voter turnout was heavy across much of the presidential battleground state of North Carolina. This voter in suburban Raleigh voted for Trump.
I have trust in him for our country. And I think when he says, I'm here, he says, I am here for you. And he said, they're going to have to get through me to get to you all. And I respect him for that.
CBS's Nancy Cordes in Washington has been talking to Kamala Harris's team.
They say that their rural turnout in Georgia is matching expectations right now. They don't have a lot of information about Michigan yet, so they're watching and waiting there. In North Carolina, he says they're seeing additional late arriving mail ballots, which are favorable to them.
CBS's John Dickerson with more on older voters in Michigan.
Harris has 55% of the vote and Trump has 43%. That becomes increasingly historically interesting because in 2020, the share was roughly the same, and Joe Biden only won that group of seniors by 2 points.
Oh.
So Kamala Harris is up by 12 among seniors in Michigan. Joe Biden was only up by 2.
In the presidential race, CBS News considers 7 states on the electoral map to be battleground states that will largely decide who wins: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. CBS's Tony DeCopel is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida.
What you end up happening is a population of people are in this room and in many rooms like them all over the country who think they won in 2020, think they're winning again here in 2024, and think the only way they can lose is if there is cheating. And so you can understand why in this really remarkable CBS poll out today, 7 in 10 Americans are concerned about violence tied to the election in the days ahead.
Longtime CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer has covered elections back to the 70s. He says don't expect fast results.
As much as all of us would like to see that old model of victory and concession statements tonight or early tomorrow, counting the votes will go beyond this election night, barring a surprise. Determining the outcome of the presidential race could also be on hold for a while.
In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, some doors on ballot machines were not completely closed, so officials say out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots are being recounted. Also tonight, Democrat Angela Brooks is projected to win the U.S. Senate race in Maryland against former Governor Larry Hogan. She will be Maryland's first elected black U.S. Senator. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
This is Election Night 2024
on KNX News 97.1 FM. Brought to you by LMU Loyola Law School, where students ignite justice. LLS.edu/radio.
Here are Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman.
Yeah, it is election night here in California. Polls are closed. It's 8:03. I'm Mike Simpson. He's Charles Feldman, and we can make some more race calls.
Yeah, KNX News is now calling here in California. Let's get that out of the way. Adam Schiff being elected to the United States Senate. He defeats Steve Garvey.
That was quick, says Mimi Walters. A huge shock to everyone.
Back to the presidential level, we've got Kamala Harris winning California, Harris winning the state of Washington, and Donald Trump winning the state of Idaho.
You heard Mimi Walters there. She's in our studio as our guest, former Republican Congresswoman out of Orange County. Autumn Burke is here, former Democratic State Assemblywoman from the West Side and the South Bay. We got Tim Malloy, polling analyst for the Quinnipiac University poll. And now that things are closing down here in California, what can we expect when these tallies start to drop in? Let's go to our Alex Silverman. He knows.
Here's how it's going to work in L.A. County, which is a county with about 10 million people, more people than 40 U.S. states. So a lot to do, a lot of ballots to count. They get flown in and driven in from all over the county to the vote processing center in the City of Industry. What the Registrar Recorder is telling us is that the first results will come in between 8:30 and 8:45. Those will be the vote-by-mail ballots that were cast before today, that were cast and collected before today. A second set of results will come in about 15 minutes later, between 8:45 and 9 o'clock. Those will be the ballots cast at vote centers before today. And then the third set of results will come anytime between 9 and 11, and those will be more vote-by-mail ballots that were cast and collected before Election Day. And then they will get to distributing more updates on the ballots cast at vote centers starting at about 10 o'clock, and that'll continue until all the ballots are counted. And remember, California is one of only a few states where ballots can be returned, or they can come in up to 7 days after Election Day.
Which is why we've had things called in December.
So long as they're postmarked today. And the interesting thing there is that we have key congressional races here that could end up deciding control of the House.
Looking at you.
And so California may end up, because of the fact that we have to wait days to get results, may end up dragging that out.
Yeah.
Everybody will be waiting on us, for a change. Not just Nebraska with that one weird district. It'll be us this time. You know, what we do here is this really cool thing where we fly in the ballots because LA County is so huge, and they get taken by the deputies over to the ballot processing center. And we've got the LA County Sheriff on the line, Robert Luna. Sheriff, how are you, sir?
Sheriff, are you there?
I was told he was there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Fine.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Very good. So, Sheriff, tell us about how the process is going so far. And we're talking about how here in California we have helicopters flying in ballots. It's not something that happens.
It's a very Los Angeles thing, isn't it?
It's not something that happens in a lot of places.
Very Hollywoodish, right?
Yeah.
As we say here in Los Angeles. So, yeah, I'm sitting here at the LA County Ballot Processing Center, where the first helicopter for the LA County Sheriff's Department will be rolling in about 9 p.m. tonight. And you guys are right. Because this is such a large county, so many people, we as the Sheriff's Department are heavily involved in the security and transportation of the millions of ballots coming from all over the place. So, for example, Catalina Island being transported by boat into Long Beach, and then by vehicle. Black and whites will be transporting from all over the county. And we have several of our helicopters flying in from different parts of the county that will be bringing the ballots here to the City of Industry, where we think this operation that we've been working on with our partners at the Registrar's Office will be very efficient, because everybody wants to know, right, what the results are, and we're a big part of that process.
But it sounds like a huge logistical potential nightmare. I mean, boats, helicopters, armored cars. What's left?
No armored cars, unless they're needed for something separate. But
well, you can add that then.
Yeah, but our people at the Sheriff's Department are amazing. I just came from the command post that is basically the control center for all of this, and it's amazing to see how much work they do, the professionalism, and we expect to run an amazing operation, and it's all on the men and women of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Since armored cars have been mentioned, how are you preparing for any potential unrest as we go through the next couple of days?
Yes, we've been preparing for almost a year, and we have worked with, coordinated, communicated with every agency in Los Angeles County. We have an amazing relationship with the LA County Chiefs Association. That includes LAPD, Long Beach, and every department, all the 45 independent cities. To give you an example of that, a couple of weeks ago, we had training in Long Beach where close to 700 police officers, National Guard, CHP, we were all training together. And at that time, we were getting ready for whether it was the Dodgers celebrating that for today and beyond for this election, because I don't know, we're not going to be able to sit down and relax after tonight, I don't think. And then honestly, guys, this is a warm-up to the World Cup and Olympics. So we're using this as a learning tool and training to get better as we move forward.
We're talking, by the way, with the Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Are you seeing any evidence of foreign interference thus far in the election process here in Southern California?
The answer to that is no, not here in Southern California, but we are connected to every major police department and sheriff's department across the country. We are co-located in command posts with the FBI and other federal agencies. So we are aware that in other places in the country, specifically on the East Coast, that there has what appears to be Russian interference and putting out misinformation. And that's why from the very beginning, we've been emphasizing with our community members, if you see something or you read something, make sure you double check it. Check with whether it's the registrar's office here at the sheriff's department, your local police department, because there is a lot of misinformation out there. There are people who are trying to turn us against each other. Let's not fall for that.
We can see you right now. And for those of you listening on the radio or on the app, we are also streaming on YouTube. So knxnews.com for the link to that. And you can watch us in here, and you can watch the sheriff there at the vote center. What is it like to be where you're at right now with all that going on, with the big machines and all those ballots? I see you got your sticker on your jacket there.
Yeah, you know what? It's exciting because we live in the best country in the world. And today it shows off our democracy, right? The voting that's happening. And this is the center of the universe in Los Angeles County. There's a lot of work being done here. It's their Super Bowl. So it's exciting to be here, all the workers and how hard they're working and how committed they are to make sure that everything gets done right.
LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. Sheriff, thanks for the time. Enjoy yourself. Watch those helicopters. Do the thing with the arms and land them right there, just like at the airport.
You just want to
bring them on in.
You just want to ride on one.
I do. If I can get that story next year, the next election, put me in one of those. I'll fly out from Lancaster. We're going to talk more about what's going on in terms of Prop 36, some of these other races. The DA's race is a big one here in LA County for obvious reasons. Our reporters are all over town. Yeah. We've got Pete Demetrio with Nathan Hochman campaign. We've got Emily Valdez, who just caught up with George Gascon at the Marriott. That's his election headquarters. And for the Democratic Party for California, too, LA Marriott. And the DA says he's keeping hope alive.
So you're down against Hochman 25% right now. You think you can come back from that?
I'm down in relation to what, right? I'm down in relation to self-selected high-propensity voters, right? About 50% of the people, even in those polls, had not decided where they're going to vote, right? And that doesn't count people that are going to vote for the first time, people that do not vote every single time, which will vote in 2024. So I feel very optimistic. It's a real race. It's a tough race. I'm not underestimating that. But I believe that we have a better than even chance of winning.
Are there any changes that you would make if you are reelected this time around?
Well, look, first of all, we won't have a pandemic, hopefully, again. So that will be 2.5 years of the 4 years we're dealing with a pandemic. We will continue to evolve, as we have from the very beginning, and we will continue to adapt to the moment. We're seeing organized retail theft going down. There will be probably something else that will come up, right? The residential burglaries have been a problem. We're dealing with that. We have been filing cases at rates that are comparable to the last 10 years. Our crime numbers are actually lower than many of our neighboring counties that, they have prosecutors that are quote-unquote tough on crime. So I think that we're on the right path. That doesn't mean that we will not continue to evolve and deal with whatever realities that are at the moment.
What do you think of Prop 36?
Look, I think that Prop 36 is a mistake. I think that people have been lied to. I think that the things that Prop 36 is saying that is going to fix, not only it's not going to fix it, I think it's going to take us back to a place that in a few years from now, we're all going to look back and say, what did we do? And then we'll be, look, the pendulum swings right and left, right? The things that Prop 36 is promising to do, it's not going to do, right? First of all, there is no funding for treatment, but what there will be money for additional incarceration.
We'll be talking more about 36 as we go through the evening. Here, Emily Valdez with George Gascon at his campaign party. We heard from Nathan Hochman's party, his headquarters with Pete Demetrio earlier. They had already printed up the banner that said LADA, Nathan Hochman. Our coverage continues. Just a few minutes here on KNX News. It is election night, so it's been on a few hours, and we're just getting started.
This is special coverage of Election Night 2024 on KNX News 97.1 FM.
Hey, it's Mike Simpson here. I've got this old car I drive mostly on weekends. It's always in the shop, but it's supposed to be. It's 30 years old and it's German.
It's Election Night 2024
on KNX News 97.1 FM.
We are back. Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman here, going all over the country tonight. In Montana, there is a Senate race that both sides of the aisle are really interested in. Democratic incumbent Jon Tester trying to fend off a challenger, Republican Tim Sheehy. Joining us now is political science professor out of Carroll College in Montana, Jeremy Johnson. I'm looking at something here. It says Jon Tester needs to defy political gravity to win the election. He's one of the most vulnerable Democratic senators running this year. Why so vulnerable?
He's very vulnerable because Montana has moved more Republican in the last 10, 15 years. He's the only statewide Democrat still in office. Montana used to be a purple state. It's now really moved into becoming much more of a red state.
And how's he doing?
Well, right now, it's very early in the evening. However, 2 rural counties that have reported Tester's running behind his numbers from 6 years ago. Just like across America, we see that the rural vote has come out strongly for Trump. It appears it's coming out strongly in Montana. However, the major counties have not reported yet, where there's more Democratic votes. But right now, Tester's definitely the underdog.
How's turnout there? You say, yeah, the rurals are coming out, and you're right. Everyone we've talked to in some of these swing states has been saying exactly that.
Turnout appears to be very heavy. Montana always has a high turnout rate, and it seems like it's pretty much very heavy across the board. Montana's also grown in population in recent years with the pandemic, and many of the new voters in Montana, probably by about a 3-2 margin, are Republican. So that doesn't help Senator Tester either.
Where did those new voters come from?
Some of them came from the West Coast, but other states as well. Yellowstone is very popular, so different areas, but they've been a little bit more conservative.
You thinking of moving over there, Charles?
To
Montana?
Montana, not at the moment, no. But no offense to Montana.
Not while he's on the line. You have to be complimentary.
No.
All right, political science professor out of Carroll College there in Montana, Jeremy Johnson, saying not looking good for Jon Tester. Let's get another election update now. We got our Chris Sedens watching all this stuff.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Some very, very close races. A lot of numbers to go through. Let's get to them right now. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes on the line. 88% of the ballots have now been counted. Again, North Carolina. Donald Trump, 50.8%. Kamala Harris, 48%. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. 88% ballots counted. Donald Trump, 51.1%. Kamala Harris, 48.2%. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. 30% of the ballots now counted. Donald Trump, 51.6%. Kamala Harris, 46.7%. Something to note here, Milwaukee officials have restarted the processing of about 31,000 absentee ballots due to a tabulation issue of some kind. Again, that's in the greater Milwaukee area. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes, 75% of the ballots counted. Donald Trump with 51.1%, Kamala Harris 48%. Wisconsin, we just mentioned Milwaukee a moment ago. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, 65% of the ballots counted. Donald Trump at 50.7%, Kamala Harris 47.9%. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 50% of them counted. Donald Trump 49.7%, Kamala Harris 49.5%. So very, very close right now in Arizona. Nevada may need to extend its voting hours. Reports are coming in that there are still lines of people waiting to cast their ballot this hour. A UNLV political scientist has told us that in-person voting in Nevada may last until 10 p.m. tonight. Virginia, 70%, make that 76% of the ballots now counted. Kamala Harris holding a slight lead at 50% over Donald Trump with 48.3%. Virginia with 13 electoral votes. KNX, let's see, we can also project, as the guys mentioned, Adam Schiff elected to the U.S. Senate in California, defeating Steve Garvey. Ted Cruz wins re-election to the Senate in Texas. And Florida, the abortion rights ballot measure there falls short of the 60% requirement, making it first of the kind to fail. Charles, Mike, back to you.
All right, and we are in studio with Mimi Walters, former Republican Congresswoman, Northern Orange County, the District. Autumn Burke, former Democratic State Assemblywoman, West Side and the South Bay. Los Angeles County. Tim Malloy, polling analyst for the Quinnipiac University poll. Election night coverage here.
Tim, am I right that after each presidential election, after each election, that pollsters learn how to do things perhaps differently?
Well, they hide.
They hide.
Right.
No, are there
There's a
lessons
period
to
where
be-
they go underground.
Yeah. But are there lessons to be learned?
Pollsters have been trying to figure out new ways to do this for 4 or 5 years, in light of all the criticism. I just want to register how shocking this is to me as a pollster. I don't know how bad our numbers were. They were off a little bit. But when you look at the enthusiasm around this thing from the Democrats all week, and the James Carvilles and the Michael Moores and the Ann Seltzer, the polled, which was totally wrong, it's a bit, on that level, it's shocking.
What do you think went wrong?
I think there was just this, she underperformed as far as, the young people probably. We're going to know eventually what happened, but not enough young people, not enough women, apparently. I mean,
I'm a woman and I voted for Trump.
But on the polls, do you think that we're just weighting them wrong?
Yeah, what's the simplest layman way to understand how
this is going
they
to be
go
a dodge,
wrong?
and as a sort of I don't build them, I fly them thing.
Right. Okay.
I don't
It's
do
not
the
his fault.
methodology.
Right.
I really don't. I think we're earnest in what we're trying to do. Maybe it should be done.
But aren't
differently.
all the polls are based on the last polls and what was in those? But if those were wrong, then it kind of spoils the whole thing going forward.
Yeah, we're going to take a lot of. Can you say crap? On
Sure.
radio?
Well, you just did.
I don't
It's gonna
care.
be- the pollsters are going to get roughed up, which is part of the thing. And I've got to
It's
look
been a
at
tough few years for you guys.
What's that?
It's been a tough few rounds
Yeah,
for you guys lately.
Yeah, I was going to say, let me throw you maybe a little bit of a lifeline, though. I mean, is it fair to blame? And again, we don't know the outcome yet, but is it fair to blame pollsters when this was such and the word unprecedented has been overused, I think, in this particular election, but it's the best word, when so many things are not what has ever happened before.
The president was nearly killed twice.
Right.
The other president, the former president was nearly killed twice. The president was basically booted from the job.
Right.
A vice president who wasn't terribly popular, as I said earlier, did a heck of a job when you look at where she got to here.
But a very truncated campaign.
Yeah, and no time to do it.
Right.
So we were through the looking glass on this thing. There's been nothing like it, and there's never been a candidate like Donald Trump. Like him or not, love him or not, there's nobody like him. And this is strange.
Mimi?
So my take is, even though Donald Trump is who he is, a very unique individual, people actually know him because he was president for 4 years. So when people were going to the polls to decide who they were going to vote for, he was a known commodity. Kamala was not a known commodity in a lot of people's mind. And I don't think she had enough time to make her case, to be performing stronger. And had she had more time, that might have been a difference.
Yeah. There's the idea that we always hear, which is people have short memory spans, and they've kind of forgotten how chaotic it was during the Trump administration. And now we look back and we go, oh, it wasn't, I had money, and yeah, there was a pandemic, but it doesn't feel that bad now. Does some of that play in here?
Sure, yeah.
You always don't like the guy it's like a big city mayor. You always don't like the mayor. It just happens because that's the person with the job. So I don't like Democrats now. I'll go for the Republican, and that didn't seem that bad with that guy before.
Yeah, but I've always maintained it's the pocketbook issues. I've always maintained that from whenever I talk to people about the presidential race, because I always take it back to how does it affect me on a daily basis, and I think people do remember that. Prices were not as high in the grocery store. Gasoline didn't cost as much. Interest rates were lower. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. But when they're trying to make a decision, and maybe it's the lesser of two evils in their opinion, then what's going to outweigh their decision?
But did you say before that you voted for Trump?
I did vote for Trump.
You did Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're one of those people who didn't buy into, obviously, the argument that this was fundamentally an existential election about democracy, because if you did, you couldn't have voted for Trump, could you have?
I don't believe our democracy I don't think our democracy is at a threat as many people do. I just don't. I have too much belief in the system. I believe that.
Wait. Do you mean you have a belief that the system is going to thwart him if he gets into the White House?
Because that means he's going to try.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, if he tries, he's not. We have a Supreme Court. You can't just make an executive decision and not expect it to be challenged in the Supreme Court.
Oh, you just opened up a can of worms.
Well, hey, listen, I'm a conservative, by the way. I am a conservative. But having said that, I do not believe, I believe at the end of the day, there are judges that will stand up to him. We've seen judges that he appointed have stood up to him. I think people saw what we had for 4 years in terms of the policies, and I'm a policy person.
Autumn, let's give you a minute here before we have to take another break.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a part of me that hears what you're saying. There's also a part of me that just, when do you decide his lies are lies and when do you decide the lies are truth? I just think that this is a man who has clearly stated the rules don't apply to him. When is he telling the truth and when is he lying? And as someone who voted for him, I would be curious how you measured that out.
Well, I would just have to quickly say when Kamala, excuse me, that was not done on purpose. When Kamala said she bans fracking and then she comes out and she says she won't ban fracking, or when she's asked how she did she vote for Prop 36, she says, I'm not going to tell you if I voted for Prop 36 because it's Sunday before the election. So you can say that Kamala doesn't necessarily tell the truth either.
No, yeah, but those are minor compared to the lies. No, you can shake your head if you want to, but to say things like, is he telling the truth that he will take out the enemy with military? That's not a little lie.
No,
that's
it's an exaggeration. He embellishes. That's his persona. He does that. People who know him know he does that.
And I think
I'm not saying it's right, but he's not literally going to do that.
I don't know that you have proof of that. I think January 6th shows a different set of behaviors than you're describing. But to your point, that's why you voted for him, because you believe that regardless of what you have been shown.
All right.
Well, very good.
So there.
We're going to do that whole thing like 5 more times until midnight tonight.
That's the way to always end a conversation like that. So there.
So there. That's what I have to say. Autumn Burke, Mimi Walters with us as our election coverage continues here on KNX News. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll come back in just a couple minutes here. You can listen to us over the air, of course, 97.1 FM, the Odyssey app. You can stream us on YouTube. That link right now, knxnews.com.
Shop the best deals of the year during the Living Spaces Black Friday event, where you'll save.
KNX News 97.1 FM. Brought to you by LMU Loyola Law School, where students ignite justice. LLS.edu/radio.
Here are Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman.
8:31 here in Los Angeles, and big news just coming in.
This is a KNX News election alert.
Yeah, this is a big one for former President Trump. He has, according to KNX News, he has won the state of North Carolina. That is the first of the so-called battleground states that either one needed to win, along with others, to get to the White House. So again, KNX News is projecting and is calling, actually, the race for Donald Trump in North Carolina.
We are going to go there and talk to somebody who's standing by in North Carolina in just a second here. But first, we're going to do something local. The big DA's race, George Gascon, Nathan Hochman, of course, Pete Dimitrios with the Hochman campaign in Beverly Hills.
Right now, you've got about 250 people. They've been coming in here for about the last half hour or so. They were lined up outside a plaza area, an executive business office complex, and they're looking and smiling because they're seeing the Nathan Hochman, Los Angeles District Attorney banner, and they're just noshing on a few things, and of course, the wine is flowing. Of course, they're also looking a little bit tense because nothing has really happened in the way of any hard numbers. Again, we've only had 30 minutes since the polls have actually closed. And it's a question literally of when they're going to get that first giant tranche of voters and what they come from. Probably from those that were, if you want to call it, dumped into vote boxes over the last 2 to 3 weeks that they've been available in Southern California and in Los Angeles County. Now, the interesting part about this is to see exactly how big of a margin that Hochman has. Some are suggesting that if it isn't a blowout margin, in some ways it's not a repudiation totally of Gascon's policies. However, if it is a blowout, and someone I said, what number do you want? I said more than 20%. That would be a clear indication that people recognize that what they feel about crime in Los Angeles is valid. Not only is it going to have an impact here in Los Angeles County with changes to the DA's office, it could send a message all the way up reverberating to Sacramento, to Governor Gavin Newsom, because he opposed Proposition 36, which it looks like is going to probably pass, which toughened laws, which Nathan Hochman said is part of the key elements of his plan to try to bring a reduction in crime to Los Angeles County.
All right, that's our Pete Demetrio. As we just said before we heard from Pete, KNX News is calling the state of North Carolina for Donald Trump with its 16 electoral votes. So let's go over to that state. David McLennan is a political science professor and director of the Meredith poll over at Meredith College in Raleigh, North Carolina. So, David, that's an important win, is it not, for former President Trump?
It truly is. It is the first of the battleground states, as you said, and it's going to make his road to 270 electoral college votes much easier.
Any surprises in how he won?
He won a little bit easier than Joe Biden did in 2020, so I think that's easy. We did have a Democratic governor a Democratic candidate for governor win the state, so a little bit of a split state in terms of the presidential and gubernatorial race.
Remind us what the narrative was over the last few days for people who, are just, getting up to speed on all this and going, what's happened? Because there were all these posts the last couple of days about, look at the rally size. He can't bring in the crowds anymore. Look at the empty seats. And your state was one of those states where the Harris campaign was really saying, look, he's not bringing anybody out. But look what happened.
Well, he spent a lot of time in North Carolina, and I think that's the story, that he went to places in North Carolina that he produced votes. So that's, to me, he's done it 3 times in a row now, 2016, 2020, and 2024. So this is a state that likes Donald Trump.
But what were the issues that mattered to voters there? Because you mentioned that there was a split on the ticket with the gubernatorial race was won by a Democrat. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think that was an unusual race because the Republican for the governor's race had a major scandal that broke.
Yeah.
And so he was sort of left aside. The other races in North Carolina were much closer. So, this is kind of an unusual situation where the Democrat for governor probably would have had a much closer race except for his opponent. So, North Carolina went for the Republican candidate for president, and he campaigned on the same issues he's campaigned on around the country: immigration, crime, economy. Harris wasn't the right candidate. So, apparently that message worked. And, some other races, the Republicans picked up 3 seats in the congressional delegation. So it looks like North Carolina is a lean right state.
Would Joe Biden? I mean, it's a hypothetical, so it's probably impossible to answer, really. But do you think
we're going to ask it anyway?
But we'll ask it anyway. I mean, do you think Joe Biden might have fared better?
Unfortunately, not. His polling numbers, his approval ratings were down in the upper 30s, low 40s. So I think this was just a case of he wasn't any better than Harris, and Harris was perhaps not the right candidate for 2024.
What could she have done differently? Or was it just a candidate problem? Or, you know what? She's still the incumbent, even though she says she's fresh, she's new. She's still part of the administration.
Yeah, I think that's the issue is there's a huge, kind of anti-incumbency mood in North Carolina as well as other states. And this idea that the country's going in the wrong direction. I think that was probably the number one factor. They saw Harris as an incumbent working for Biden, and they said, not this year.
David McLennan there, political science professor, director of the Meredith Poll over at Meredith College, Raleigh, North Carolina. Thanks for being with us. You want to watch us, you can watch the show tonight, knxnews.com. We got the YouTube link. You can see the guests. You can see us sitting here in studio with our guests.
So our in-studio gang, what did you make of what David there in North Carolina said?
And the first big swing state of the night.
Yeah. Tim?
When we were polling it, we had Kamala Harris up by 2.
Up by 2?
Up by 2 last time we did it.
How recent was that?
Week and a half ago.
Week and a half ago.
Yeah,
okay.
So.
What do you think happened?
I think it's what I said before. I mean, obviously, maybe the female vote wasn't as robust as we thought it was going to be. She certainly spent a lot of time there.
What was it within the margin of error?
What do we got now? What is it? I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are looking at a 2.8 percentage lead for Donald Trump.
Be about right.
So right. So okay. Guys, what else?
That kind of brings us back to the idea before, though, that there's the potential that if all these margins go one person's way, I mean, it's not going to be that razor thin, super close. This can just give it to this guy.
Well, do you think, Tim, that people tend to, when it comes to polls, do most people, unless they're sort of political junkies, do they ignore the disclaimer at the end of every single poll about it being within a statistical margin of error?
I'm not so sure they even notice it.
Yeah, so they just take it at face value.
One thing about polling, I'll tell you, I think we call them low information voters. That's an insult. We don't mean it in an insulting way. But, people, they vote on one or two issues, and I think a lot of people, abortion, the anti-abortion people, that's just enough for them. I know some people in Florida who said, look, I think she's okay, but I don't like where they stand on abortion.
Were you on Countdown to 2024, the election show, and there was a question asked, what president has really changed your life versus, what local politician has really changed things for you? I think of, I got some cousins way up north, almost Canada, Washington territory, and they sit there and they go, I don't really notice who's president, to be honest with you. I go to the store and I do my thing and I watch the news sometimes, but I don't know.
Well, I think that is true, that people, I think, give to whoever's in the White House, the president, more powers than they really have in terms of how it impacts their daily lives. Yes, when you're in perhaps a war, they can decide whether there's conscription, that kind of thing, and then it certainly affects people's lives like we had during the period of the Vietnam War. But when we're in a time of relative peace anyway, what a president does doesn't really have that much impact to a large degree on what you do at the grocery store, when you fill up your car or your electric bill, or your ability to take a vacation or not take a vacation. So that does come into play, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Just my own personal experience. I served on my local city council for 8 years. I served in the state legislature for 10, and then I served in Congress for 4. More people knew me when I went to the local grocery store when I was on the city council than when I served in any other office, because I was there all the time.
Her head too,
Yeah. I mean, people always say, like, you can't buy ice cream at the grocery store if you're a local elected because it'll melt by the time you get home.
because all politics is local. And if someone has a pothole in the community, they're not going to write to the White House.
No, and they're going to stop you in the grocery store, and they're going to
about
pointing
that
to you.
Yeah, 100%. It's election night here on KNX News. We will be back in just a few minutes.
Election Night 2024 on KNX News 97.1 FM is back after these words. It's Election Night 2024.
On KNX News 97.1 FM.
Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman here, 8:45 in Los Angeles.
And we are now starting to get some results in from L.A. County over to Alex Silverman. Alex.
Big countywide race for district attorney. Nathan Hochman in this first batch, which remember is the mail-in votes that were collected before Election Day or that arrived before Election Day. Nathan Hochman leading by 59% to George Gascon's Republicans 40%. Now, that's a big margin, but that's slightly smaller than the margins we saw in some of the opinion polling over the past couple of weeks and months.
Some of those were like 25%,
and some of them were some were as much as 30%.
Yeah.
But again, this is the first batch. We're expecting another batch in another 15 minutes or so, another batch maybe a half an hour after that, and then they start tallying the votes that took place at vote centers today. So we will get more coming in the next couple of hours from L.A. County. Also getting some votes in from Orange County, which gives us kind of an early window into some of the key House races. About 50% of the expected vote in now in the 40th district race between Young Kim and the challenger Joe Kerr. That's very, very close. Young Kim has 51% right now. And in the other Orange County race, Dave Min leads Scott Baugh by a margin of about 10 points, and that's with about 52% of the expected vote in that key Orange County race there in the seat formerly held by Katie Porter.
All right, let's go to the City of Industry now, that big vote processing center there where all these results are being counted up. We got Karen Adams.
Yes, Mike, and the attention has now turned to the tally room here at the processing center. It's a very large glass enclosed room with machines that are just turning out the results that Alex was mentioning. They're from the early mail-in and drop-off ballots processed here earlier today, and soon we'll see those ballots brought in from the county's vote centers where there are still long lines at some. Sheriff Robert Luna stopped by a few minutes ago to brief us about how things are going to protect everyone's right to vote.
I'm very proud of our community here in Los Angeles County. Thus far, everybody's going out to vote. From what I'm hearing early on, there's still long lines out there. So that means the voters are getting out there, and we haven't had any issues yet. I think people are respecting each other's rights. It's okay to disagree. That's what part of the democratic process is, and we're very proud to be part of that.
And sheriff's helicopters will be dropping off ballots throughout the night, Luna says, as early as 9. But deputies will also be bringing the ballots here by car and by boat. And as far as the tallying, it's going to be going on over the next several days, with the final count being certified by December 3rd.
All right, Karen Adams out there at the Vote Processing Center for L.A. County. Hoping to get out to Nevada soon, talk about that key state there. But in the meantime, in studio again with Mimi Walters, former Republican Congresswoman Autumn Burke, former Democratic State Assemblywoman, and Tim Malloy, polling analyst, Quinnipiac University's poll.
Let's actually talk a little bit about it. It was kind of a non-event here in California that Adam Schiff won the Senate race, but we should spend a little time on that. Why was Steve Garvey in this race? He didn't seem to really have his heart in it, did he, Mimi?
Well, listen, from all the stuff I read, when he was a Dodger, they used to call him Mr. Senator. I think he...
Well, but not now.
Well, not now. I think he might have always wanted to run for office at some point, and this was an opportunity for him to do it, and so he decided to run. Now, personally, I'm really glad he ran as a Republican, because you may recall he beat Katie Porter. He beat Katie Porter in the primary election to get into the top 2. Katie Porter beat me.
Oh, so
she's personally
sweet
glad.
revenge.
Sweet revenge.
Sweet revenge.
But Autumn, if Trump ends up winning the White House, it's no secret that he and Adam Schiff, soon to be senator, now Senator-elect Adam Schiff, are not exactly what one would call, I don't know, how would we put this, friends?
Right. And I think the comment that our previous guest just said, it's okay to disagree. It's just, can we actually do it in a productive way? And I don't know that Schiff and Trump will be able to do that. But as our state representative, he's going to have to find a way. If Trump is president, for the betterment of California, there is going to have to be times where they're going to have to work together.
Is he the major foil now because he's elected? I mean, Biden and Harris would be gone. Nancy Pelosi isn't speaker anymore. Adam Schiff is the name. He's a senator. I mean, he's at the mics all the time.
And
potentially.
The question is he capable, or does he have enough will he have enough gravitas in the Senate to really move anything. And I think that's hard. It's one of the hard things about no term limits in the Senate and Congress is seniority really bodes strongly, no matter what party you're in. And so I think it's always a challenge when you have a freshman senator in this sort of situation. It's a challenge. And I think it'll continue to be.
Mimi, to go back now to the national picture, and I'm still interested in North Carolina being, again, the first of the swing states that Donald Trump has now won. The road for Kamala Harris is still open, but it's not as open now as it was before, or are we making too much of it?
No, I mean, the swing states, the 7 of them, all of them obviously play into who will be the next president. You don't have to win all of them to be the next president. So yes, Kamala does have an opportunity still to win. Just because Donald won the first one doesn't mean.
Do you have your maps, both of you over there? Are you shading in different states?
I do have my map. I am clicking away on the map. It is. Yeah. I'm going to wear my mask out.
You're finding a path
quickly.
still,
Yes.
Autumn? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I'll let you know when I give up. I haven't given up yet.
I'm just putting little stars next to all the battleground states that Donald Trump is leading in.
She's having a good time. All right. Since she was mentioned, Katie Porter, one of the key races is this 47 districts in Orange County, currently held by Katie Porter, just over half the votes. It's Dave Min with the lead over Scott Baugh. We just caught up with Baugh at the GOP headquarters in Newport Beach. So reporters are all over the place. He says still happy about his chances.
We feel great. If you look at what's going on the East Coast, we have a wave of Republican enthusiasm that's coming all the way across the country. And in this district, we have 10,000 more Republican votes cast already than Democrat votes. And so we're anxious to see all the votes counted tonight and see where we stand. But I think we're going to be in the winner's circle. I think the voters are tired of the proliferation of crime. They're tired of open borders. They're tired of fentanyl coming across the border, killing our kids, our families, over 100,000 opioid deaths every year. And so the voters want to change. And the Democrats have failed on the border. They failed on crime. They're soft on crime. We have to just pay attention to the American people, what they want. They don't want open borders, and they don't want soft on crime policies. So we could fix those relatively fast. We'd like a clear indication of where we are in the victor circle tonight, but we may not know for a couple days.
OC seat, one of those that could decide control of the House. What decides control of the Senate? Well, we've been watching this seat in Ohio. Bernie Moreno, Republican, defeating the incumbent there. Sherrod Brown, Republicans picking up that Senate seat in Ohio. Another projection we can make here. Kamala Harris winning Virginia. KNX News here. Mike Simpson, Charles Feldman, and our in-studio guests as our coverage continues.
Let's talk a little bit about Congress again, because, again, it's so easy to forget about that branch of government when you have a presidential election, as we do now. But it is equally, because it is a co-equal branch of government, it is equally important. And I'm wondering what happens if Trump again, and it's too early to say this, but going down this hypothetical road, if Trump ends up winning the White House and Congress ends up being, let's say it's status quo, let's say the Senate remains with the, or it becomes sort of 50-50, or it becomes heavily Republican and the House maybe flips. Any one of those scenarios, what happens?
Still, it's a divided government. Again, I don't think you're going to see the Senate Republicans get 60 votes. So you'll have a Senate that's going to have to work together in order to get legislation passed. Both sides of the aisle have to work together. In the House?
Yeah, but then that would mean that the candidate that you voted for, Donald Trump, is probably not going to be able to accomplish a lot of the things that he says he wants to accomplish and that he's promised his constituents he would do.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not.
And that's okay.
Which is fine.
Which is what Autumn was hoping for.
I mean, that's the best case scenario, right?
Yeah.
Aside from winning, him not being able to function at his will is the next best thing. And it is why these checks and balances are in place. But you also have to respect them. And I think that's the biggest concern are they respected, those boundaries?
Does Congress function anymore?
Yes, it functions.
Because it doesn't seem like they get a whole lot done.
Okay.
And it does seem like there's some people in there who just run for the gig to make a lot of noise
that
and
is
not
true.
get a lot done.
No, that is very true. There are people who run because they want to be famous and they want to be all over social media.
You could just become an influencer. You don't have to run for
Exactly. And you
Congress.
can make a lot more money probably. But listen, the media doesn't talk about where Congress works together because it's not newsworthy. The big issues that divide the Republicans and the Democrats, the controversial issues, are the big newsworthy issues. So that's what the public hears about. But there's a tremendous amount of work that gets done and to keep the country moving forward, but you don't necessarily hear about it.
All right, let's talk about some of these congressional seats that are up for grabs. We've been talking about Orange County here, right? There's also a whole lot going on in New York. We have Lawrence Levy, former political journalist, current dean for the Center of Suburban Studies at Hofstra University. Lawrence, for us here in California who haven't paid so much attention and aren't the political junkies, what are you watching there in New York and why is it so important?
Well, 2 years ago, New York did not do its job when the rest of the Democrats in the country pretty much held their own in congressional seats. But this year, it looks like the Democrats will have flipped 3 of the 4 seats they lost back in the Democratic column. Unfortunately for the Democratic Party, I think they lost 3 seats in North Carolina, and there are a few sporadic losses all over, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to close the gap. But New York did do its part.
All right, so we end up perhaps with a status quo. Is that it?
No, I think it looks like the Senate is going to be Republican as well as the House and the White House as well.
Okay, so
it looks like a clean sweep for the Republicans.
All right.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like now. Pennsylvania, it would take what my Trump friends say is a rigging of the vote out of Philadelphia for her to catch up. It looks like Wisconsin and Michigan are really iffy, and she needs to win all 3 of those states. So it's going to be, it may not be the long night we all thought it would be. We may know before a lot of people go to bed that Donald Trump's going to be the next president. Chuck Schumer is going to be the minority leader. And Hakeem Jeffries, who's a New York personality, who is now the minority leader of the House, will stay the minority leader.
Well, hang out with us for a minute because Mimi, Mimi Walters, before you were saying that it was maybe a good thing that if Donald Trump wins the White House and there's a divided government, it would act to sort of temper perhaps his more, what some people might consider to be erratic urges. But if we end up, if David is right and we end up with having Trump in the White House and a Republican-controlled Senate and a Republican-controlled House, then there is really nothing in his way. So you should now be not happy.
Well, no.
Oh,
Perhaps you misunderstood what I meant.
No, I understood what you meant.
I would prefer to have the Republicans control everything. But
would?
Yes, of course I would. But
Of course.
But I don't believe we will get to 60 votes in the Senate. That's not going to happen. So that's going to slow things down anyway. But one thing the person who's on the call right now, I think California, we still have the races in California, and there's a lot of House races that are extremely competitive.
Yeah, we're going to talk about those and some of those seats in Orange County. We're going to go to the network here and get the national update in about 30 seconds or so. But, I mean, your territory, what has it been like? It's been crazy this year. With the ads, it's been nonstop.
The Democrats have thrown a ton of money into Orange County. I mean, the candidates, the Democrat candidates, have been outraising, for the most part, the incumbent Republicans in the Orange County area and in the Central Valley as well.
Yeah.
Really done a tremendous amount of work, the Democrats have, because they believe this goes through. Majority will go through California.
Hold that thought. We'll come back in just a couple minutes here. Our in-studio guests, our election coverage here on KNX News. It's 9 o'clock.
I don't know how many.
97.1 FM. Brought to you by LMU Loyola Law School, where students ignite justice. LLS.edu/radio.
Here are Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman.
9:03 here in Los Angeles. Got another election alert.
This is a KNX News election alert.
One of our big things here, Prop 36, we can project that, yes, this one has passed. This is the initiative to roll back parts of Prop 47, and honestly, one of the biggest debated things, and kind of what the territory where we knew it was headed, and really also something that's going to affect the DA's race as well.
Yeah, and for those listeners and viewers who may be puzzled by the numbers, we should probably very quickly say 47 did...
It raised some of the... There's too many numbers, Charles.
I know, there's a lot of numbers.
Prop 47 lowered some of the I have it all written down. It's really hard to explain.
Yeah, it was the threshold. Alex Silverman.
Thresholds came down, misdemeanors, drug courts went away. It was a whole thing. And now we want to raise things back and go after more of the repeat offenders with 36.
Alex, how did he do it?
More theft crimes to be charged as felonies is essentially what Prop 36 would do.
All right, so
and increase sentences for drug and theft crimes. And a huge margin right now, about a little over a third of the vote in statewide, but it has a 70 to 29% margin in favor of yes, and we're ready to project that yes will be the winner there. We now have about 2 million votes counted in LA County now. I just got the second group of ballots. That was the some of the in-person voting that took place before Election Day. In the district attorney's race, Nathan Hochman's lead is expanding. 61.5% to 38% for Gascon. That is more like the margin in some of the polls that we saw leading into Election Day. If that continues to expand, Hochman will be on track to unseat Gascon. But again, we should be getting more vote in a matter of an hour or so here from LA County.
Mimi, one of the reasons we had Prop 47 was because we had a real issue with overcrowded prisons. And that was one of the reasons to be more select in those people that were convicted of certain types of crimes, nonviolent crimes, and whether or not it was cost effective and if it had any real positive effect on society to incarcerate them. What do we do now with this? In a way, it's an amendment of 47. Aren't we likely to find ourselves right back to where we were, before the passage of 47?
Build more prisons.
Oh, Lord.
Well, but yeah, is that really the answer, to build more?
Well, what is the answer? Are you gonna create an environment where you're gonna allow people to continually be unsafe because you have criminals who aren't being prosecuted and putting in jail, and you're giving them tickets and you're expecting them to show up to court?
Would you want a prison built in your neighborhood? Yes or no?
Listen, we've got a lot of...
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I don't... Listen,
would you want a prison built
not in my backyard? Absolutely not.
Okay.
But having said that, we have a lot of open space in this country, in this state, that we could build prisons. I'm not saying go put a prison in somebody's backyard.
Put them in the grape fields or something like that.
I don't know that building more prisons
the Central Valley is going to love that.
Yeah, right?
Thanks.
I mean, right? Like, it's not a dumping ground, the Central Valley, and so we should put them in your neighborhood. But, like... The other thing is there's another component to the Prop 36 that is a mental health issue and a drug rehabilitation portion. And those are really important. It's not build more prisons. It's let's treat people who have
there used to be drug courts. There used to be diversion.
Right.
There used to be options. It was this or that. And if you gave somebody a choice, sometimes it was, okay, I understand. If I don't do this, I'm going to jail.
Thank you. And so if this is not a build more prison choice. This is a how do we make sure that Black and brown people have the treatment and the opportunities that they get for rehabilitation, that they should get for rehabilitation, not just send them to jail. So let's be extremely clear about that.
Yeah.
You're hearing from our in-studio guests, by the way, because we just went by first names for a second there. That was Autumn Berg, former Democratic State Assemblywoman, portions of the West Side and the South Bay. Mimi Walters, former Republican Congresswoman, Northern Orange County. We were mentioning that 36 has really been linked to the DA's race here. Nathan Hochman was a huge fan. He is well ahead of George Gascon, as we were just hearing from some of the numbers there. Pete Demetrio is with the Hochman campaign in Beverly Hills. Pete.
We've got several members of Nathan Hochman's family. His eldest son is now talking to the crowd here. Probably 300 to 400 people looking at big screens. Was looking at the front of the place where the podium is set up, and a big banner which says Nathan Hochman, Los Angeles District Attorney, stands up. how the numbers we didn't get until about 15 minutes ago, and again, they continue to increase. Originally, it was 48 to 52, and then all of a sudden, or pardon me, it was 58-42, and then it went over 60%, and it's still climbing. A lot of people said they weren't really that, surprised by those numbers. They said the passion on this particular issue is so high that people simply felt if there was any other reason to go to the polls, this was one of them, along with Prop 36. Now, Nathan Hochman's wife is speaking right now to the crowd. This is a very, very happy group here, and I would say the vast majority of them are not only financial supporters, these are people who are business people, and a lot of law enforcement and a lot of deputy district attorneys who have, in their opinion, they say, suffered under the restrictions that George Gascon put in over the last 4 years. One man said, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the 31 days between Nathan Hochman claiming victory tonight and when he's actually sworn in on December 6th. He's going to have a lot of work to do. He's going to have to talk to a lot of people and find out how he's going to make those people in the office, 700 to 800 of them, fit into his policies and into his idea of how the justice system should operate in Los Angeles County.
But I also saw
Pete Demetrio there, Hochman campaign in Beverly Hills. We've been telling you that Adam Schiff has kind of coasted as the election to the new junior senator position. Last county was leading Republican Steve Garvey by 20%. Emily Valdez with a reaction from the other senator we've got and former LA City Councilman Alex Padilla.
I'm not surprised at all by Adam Schiff's win, and not just because California is a big blue state, but because Adam Schiff has earned it. He's been in office for many, many years, fighting the good fight. A lot of people got to know him during the first Trump impeachment trial, which is great. He's a champion for democracy, as am I. But what people are getting to know about him is he's an equal champion for working families, for reproductive rights, fighter against climate change, all the California values that we agree on. And now it's going to be great to be a tag team on California's behalf in the United States Senate.
Right now, Kamala's down. How are you feeling?
Well, we're down at the moment, but it's close. It's close in all the predictable states. What I'm reminding everybody is 2016 was a very close election. 2020 was a very close election, but I'm still hopeful that when all the ballots are counted, Kamala will prevail.
What if Trump wins?
Look, I think Kamala's going to prevail at the end of the day. If Trump wins, then I'm glad Adam Schiff and I are going to be working together to defend our democracy and defend California.
All right, that's Emily Valdez with California Senator Alex Padilla. Back in studio with Autumn Burke and Mimi Walters. There's the other race we were talking about kind of off air a second ago, but we've seen the ads for this one. This is Ken Calvert and Will Rollins out in the Inland Empire, so western Riverside County. And Mimi, you'd know this. Ken Calvert has been around for a long, long time.
So over 30 years.
The longest serving rep.
Yeah, he's the dean of the Republican conference.
And right now, I mean, Rollins, he got close before, lost. Now he's, the numbers we've got, he's kind of giving him a run for his money.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it looks like, we see that Rollins is ahead right now. It looks like 52.1% to 47.9% with, what do we say, 48% has been, votes have been turned in. And, as I said before, the Democrats really focused in on California and some of the vulnerable Republicans in those swing seats where Biden won in 2020. And so I'm not really that surprised that it's this tight.
Yeah, we'll be watching that one through the night. Adam Schiff, I think, is speaking right now from the Democratic event here in L.A. Let's go to him.
Giant in the U.S. Senate. Nobody will be able to fill Diane's immense shoes, but her memory will be my guide. And tonight, I am so humbled to be your next United States Senator. Thank you, California. I will spend every day trying to repay the trust that you have placed in me by serving this golden state with all of my heart and soul. Thank you, California. Tonight is going to be a very long night. We won't know the result of every race. We will need to be patient. And whatever the result of the presidential race, we know there will be serious challenges facing the state of California and the country. Regardless of the outcome, regardless of the way people may have voted, I want to make one thing clear. As your senator, I am committed to standing up for every Californian. I am committed to taking on the big fights to protect our freedoms and to protect our democracy. California will continue to be at the forefront of progress, the bulwark of democracy, the champion of innovation, and the protector of our rights and freedoms. We are a big, beautiful, diverse, and generous state. We look out for each other. We stand up for each other. We extend our hands to lift up each other. We celebrate and appreciate our different backgrounds and cultures. I've seen it firsthand. From the first day I launched this campaign to the visits I've made to nearly every corner of the Golden State. From meeting with local leaders in the border community of Calexico.
All right, Adam Schiff there. We'll bring that down if we're going to start losing the feed a little bit. But he's speaking of the Democratic event here in Los Angeles. Obviously, he's going to be the next senator. And Annenberg, let's bring you in really quick before we go to break here, because you heard some of the language there saying, no matter how the night turns out, we're still going to fight. California's still going to protect freedoms. We will be the protector. Is he kind of signaling where he thinks this might be going? I mean, are you worried at this point?
I mean, I of course I'm worried. She's not, I think North Carolina made me worried. I mean, that's just a natural reaction. I do think we need to wait. I think it's a little early, but it's human nature to watch these numbers tick slowly in the wrong direction and to panic. So
You mean we all look at our phones and refresh and refresh?
Right.
And refresh?
Listen, I have like 20 tabs open and I just refresh them all every second. So listen, I think it's natural, but I also do think it's really, really important that Californians understand that not to our earlier conversation, that no matter what happens in the presidency, we are always going to wrap our hands around California and make sure that California is a safe place for women, for freedom of voice, and for all of these things. There are no enemies within in California. We're going to take care of everyone, no matter what.
Election night here on KNX News. We will be back in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
It can be so frustrating to deal with insurance companies. It's Vicki Moore, and you pay your home insurance.
2024.
On KNX News 97.1 FM.
Mike Simpson, Charles Feldman with you and our in-studio guests as we continue here. And here's where we are. Good night so far for Donald Trump. He's taken the first swing state he needed, North Carolina. Right now, he leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. Even some estimations he might end up winning the popular vote. So that's the big news of tonight so far. Here in California, in Los Angeles, first big measure to pass, that's Prop 36. We can call that one for you here at KNX News, which increases criminal penalties for certain drug and theft crimes. If you remember all this debate about Prop 47 over the last few years, people blaming things on that, this rolls back pieces of 47. And Adam Schiff for Senate, he is beating Steve Garvey, and he'll be the next senator from here in California. So lots of these propositions on the ballot for the voters, ranging from raising the minimum wage to 36. With us to talk about these a little bit now is director of the USC Center for the Political Future, Kami Akavan. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you for being here. So let's talk about 36 first. This doesn't come as a huge shock after everything that we've been through in the debate over it over the last couple of years, really, when it came to 47.
That is for sure. This initiative has had a lot of money poured into it. A lot of polling has been done, and the results are turning out, I guess, largely as expected. It's interesting to look up and down the ballot measures where people are willing to spend money and where they're not, and how the money is influencing their opinions. And we can see where the big money is going into these Prop 34, 35, 36, into those measures. The one that KNX called overwhelming support for increased penalties for people who are breaking the law, the smash and grabs, the looters. It looks like Californians are really ready to lay down a little bit of tough justice on them.
Well, and how does that translate to tough justice?
Well, they're going to reclassify some drug and theft crimes as felonies. It's going to create a new category of treatment-mandated crimes to require defendants to undergo drug treatment or face prison time. So it's really going to, what some people worry is that it will increase prison populations. But to be honest, the measure was written in coordination with several DAs and with judges in mind. So it's not intended to be purely punitive, and it's intended to be a smart policy. And I guess that's ultimately where most Californians ended up siding.
What does it end up meaning for that idea of, the progressive prosecutor?
It is more of a continuation of or repudiation of what George Gascon brought to the district attorney's office. It's saying that Californians don't believe in this philosophy of criminal justice that he helped usher in, and this is part of the backlash to it.
But he was a successful prosecutor when he was in the Bay Area. Is that because the population, the demographic was just different there, more tolerant?
That's absolutely true, and it's also true that the mood was changing as we saw what was happening on our own streets, and to many people, they were looking in their own communities and seeing the local Nordstrom would have a car or two carloads of people who would rush in, steal things, and then rush out. They were seeing this in suburban communities. It really frightened people in a way that was alarmed them. They were not used to seeing these kinds of property crimes occur in their communities. And I think that's where they looked at to their district attorneys and local leaders and saying, what are you going to do about this? This is not, we're not used to this type of crime in our community. So fix it, make it go away. And they weren't seeing enough that was being done. And so this measure, in many ways, was looked at as one way for the people to take that initiative on their own and say, we're going to do something about it.
What else are you watching tonight? There's the statewide minimum wage, right? And there's also the stronger rent controls freeing up, the types of properties and type of buildings that cities can allow the rent controls on. So much money was spent on that, particularly in the opposition coming from, the California Apartment Association.
Absolutely. That single initiative, that Prop 33, had more money in it than all the other propositions put together. I mean, it was a tremendous amount of money. That
only
went
second
into
to the illegal gambling or the sports betting one from a couple of years back, right? It was sports betting and then this, yeah.
Right. Yeah. For this election cycle, this was our number one, but you're right. That other one was quite a doozy. So for this one, yeah, the local rent control measure, it did bring a lot of big money interest into the race. I definitely have my eye on that. It's looking like it's going to go down, but last I saw, it was less than 50% of the vote that was in. So, TBD, but it has a tough road for passage. So most likely it will not get through. The minimum wage, it's neck and neck. That one is really tough to decide. Outside of the locals, of course, I got my eye on the presidential, and like KNX reported earlier, it's a good night for Donald Trump. It is not a good night for Kamala Harris. It reminds me of 2020 when we were saying that on election night, and then the tide started to change. I don't know that that's going to happen this time around. There's a lot of students here at USC, and I'm sitting among 300 or 400 of them who are quite anxious about tonight's election.
How's it going for them?
I'd say the anxiety levels are quite high. There's a lot of cheering when Dems win, but they're winning in states like New Mexico and Hawaii and California. They were cheering when Adam Schiff won his Senate race. These were largely predictable. For the ones that were a little more unpredictable, we're talking these battleground states, that's where a lot of the energy started to wane and to sap. And when we saw the declaration of Georgia as their win in the Republican column, a lot of the student energy just really started to die down.
And what about the measure to try to expand the number of people on the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors and also have an elected chief executive, sort of like a county mayor?
Mayor.
Yeah.
For all the students that I talked to, that issue was nowhere on their minds. It seemed like such an administrative type of issue, and one that they weren't willing to grasp. What was interesting is the one that was brought up to me a lot was the right to marry one, which looks like it's going to win, where they're amending the California state constitution to allow for same-sex marriage and enshrine that right. Students were very interested in the passage of that, and there was a lot of applause when they started to see initial results showing that was far more likely than not that it would pass.
Director of the USC Center for the Political Future, Kama Yakovan, thanks so much for talking to us. About Measure G, let's do kind of a roundtable on that. And we were talking before we were going into this hour about that, wondering amongst ourselves if it was kind of just too complicated or there was too much in there. And you read that as maybe someone who hasn't listened to the whole show we did on Measure G, and you go, I don't know, yes or no.
Interesting to hear him say the students couldn't wrap their heads around it really and saw it as administrative, because what it is the first real change to the structure of LA County's government in 100 years. The LA County supervisors were essentially the legislative and executive branch of government of a county of 10 million people. These 5 people are extremely powerful, and they're basically supporting the idea of diluting their own power, expanding it to 9 people.
Some of them.
And some of them. 3 of them.
Yeah.
And electing basically a head of the Board of Supervisors, a county executive. I don't think they've actually named it yet, but it was kind of referred to as county CEO as part of that. It wouldn't take effect for a few years. It's a razor-thin margin right now. It's within 1%. And no is leading by a very slim margin.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit puzzled on why the students found it difficult to comprehend, because it wasn't that complicated, frankly. And in terms of distribution of power, LA County, the Board of Supervisors, each supervisor represents far more numbers of constituents than any other county in America. So
that's why everyone runs for that gig.
Well, that's right. So I'm not quite sure what was about that
some
measure
kid,
that was so
just looked at it and goes, more politicians now. They just wrote no. I don't want it anymore.
Yeah, Mimi, do you think that's what it was?
We're also going to bring in Natalie Tavini in a second here too. But Mimi, real quick.
Possibly. But when you run a ballot initiative, unless it's polling in the high 50s and low 60s beforehand, it's probably not going to pass.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the polling was
People
on
just
that.
default to no.
Yeah, they just default to no if they don't quite understand it. But if it's too encumbersome, 100%, they're just going to move on. There were so many ballot initiatives that we had to vote on in California that it probably got to be too much.
Yeah. All right, so she's a happy Republican there, Mimi Walters. Let's talk to some other happy Republicans. Natalie Tavidian's at a GOP watch party in Newport Beach. Natalie.
Yeah, Mike, you're right. There are a lot of happy Republicans here. The California GOP party has a lot of energy here in Newport Beach. So there's still a ways to go, but here's how people are feeling so far.
I'm excited. It's a good feeling. I'm glad that we got the Senate, so excited for what's coming next.
Do you want to share anything?
Sure.
How are you feeling tonight?
It's looking good so far. We'll see how it finishes, but this vibe is probably better than Kamala Harris watch parties right now.
What is the best outcome for you tonight? What's the best case scenario?
Best case outcomes, Trump victory, and then both houses of Congress would be really huge.
And Mike and Charles, as you know, it is a big night of decisions for figuring out how there could be a shift in the balance for Congress. We just heard from the candidate for a closely watched congressional race, Republican Scott Baugh, who's battling it out with Democrat Dave Min for a seat, which includes areas like Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, Irvine. Here's Baugh.
My friend and predecessor, Scott Baugh.
Yeah, victory's beautiful. Hey, thank you, Chairwoman, Chairman. Thank you so much for all the work you guys have done to make this anticipated victory possible. We have thousands of Republican votes that haven't been counted yet, so we're very excited. There's a red wave coming across. We got the Senate, as Fred says, and we're going to get the White House, and then, of course, we're going to keep the House of Representatives, and we're going to make this country great again. We're going to set this country back on the right course. We've done the fundamentals, and we did the voter registration, but I'll tell you this. The reason why we're going to win this race is that we had you. We had the people on the ground. We had over 400,000 doors knocked. Yes, the Democrats outspent us in most of our races. They outspent us 22 million to 6 million in our race, but we countered with a ground operation that's second to none, and the votes are going to be counted. And I anticipate by 11:30 tonight, we're going to pull ahead, and we're going to stay ahead, and we're going to make this district a red district. Thank you very much.
So as you can hear, a lot of energy here. Now, since 2022, the California GOP has registered 35,000 voters to its party here in Orange County alone, Mike and Charles, and the chairwoman, I just spoke with her, and she was telling me that they're getting used to these close races. It could take a couple of weeks before all the votes are counted and we have a clear winner for several of these very close congressional seats.
Yep, that's how we do it here in California. All right, Natalie Davidian, GOP party there, Newport Beach, 9:30 now.
This is Election Night 2024
on KNX News 97.1 FM. Brought to you by LMU Loyola Law School, where students ignite justice. LLS.edu/radio.
Here are Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman.
Yep, Mike Simpson here, Charles Feldman there. Mimi Walters, former Republican Congresswoman, North Orange County. Autumn Burke, former Democratic State Assemblywoman. Parsons of the West Side and the South Bay, all in studio tonight.
So, Autumn, just a few minutes ago, we heard over at USC that a lot of the students there are very anxious, very nervous because they're looking at the results coming in thus far nationally. You're nervous, too.
Yes. I'm going to stay nervous until it's over, until I concede. But, I think it's human nature, right? You're watching these numbers tick off. It's going to be a long night, but you're watching them go towards Trump. I think there's a natural inclination to be anxious. I think you got to wait. You got to breathe. I'm telling myself the same thing I would tell them. So, we're all in this. We're all in this together.
So here's the: if it doesn't go your way, what went wrong for Dems tonight?
I know I said it earlier, but I stick to it. I think we tend to have a messaging problem. We over-explain. I think we don't speak in sound bites the way that
is policy boring.
Policy is. I love policy. I am a policy nerd, but I think policy is boring, and I think over-explaining it is boring as well. I think we've mismessaged on the economy. I think we've mismessaged on so many issues, and one of them I think is kind of, we keep saying like democracy is at stake. I believe democracy is at stake, but I think when you say that, and for some communities that still feel like they're challenged, that's not actually the right message. I don't know that message resonates if you're not that happy with democracy as it's standing for you right this second.
Mimi, is it just that Donald Trump is more entertaining?
Well, he certainly is entertaining. No, I mean, I think it really boils down to, and I said this before, I think the way Kamala got to be the nominee on the Democrat side didn't give her enough opportunity to get seasoned as a presidential candidate. And I think that's really important. You go through that primary election for a reason. And I think that's part of it. I also do seriously believe that with the inflation and the economic issues that we faced over the last few years, that played into it as well.
So is that the whole we never got to know her thing? People felt like, I don't know what she's really about. If so, like, why were the vibes so good at the beginning with like all the TikToks and everything was so exciting, and then suddenly, I don't know where it went? Like, what happened there?
Well, I think Biden had an issue. He was getting older, and I think cognitively he had issues, so he didn't excite the base. I think when Kamala initially got the nod for the nomination, she brought in the young people. She excited the base. They're like, okay, we have an opportunity, and I think she got that excitement right off the bat.
Autumn, I mean, again, we should emphasize that we don't have a winner yet.
It's not over.
Autumn still has on her iPad.
It's not over.
The states that she can get there.
But having said that, Autumn, if Harris doesn't pull this off, is part of the blame, do you think that there is just some people that won't vote for her or didn't vote for her because A, she's a woman, and B, she's a woman of color?
I do. I definitely do. And I think the Republican Party played to that. I mean, they did this whole thing about, men don't vote for women. I saw it. And when it came to Waltz, men don't move their hands that way, like real men. And so I do think this was a little bit boy against girl. I think as a minority, you always struggle in certain states. As a black woman myself, there was times I was the only black assemblywoman on the floor, right? And that's in California. Imagine some of these, this Texas or some of these other states. So I think that there are challenges that come with it. I also think that we've never run a black woman and had her be the party nominee. And we've done the modeling on how to run a man, especially a white man, right? We know how to do that. But there's such you have to thread the needle so carefully running a woman and then running a woman of color. I think she's done exemplary, no matter what happens.
But you raise an interesting point because, of course, with Hillary Clinton, there is a model to run about how you run a female.
Right.
So does it then really come down to racism? Well,
no, you have one woman. Like, you've got how many white men that have run for this office, right? So you have the data from running one woman, and now you've added the layer of a woman of color. And I think we started with a deficit, and I think it's really easy to forget that, right? Biden was struggling against Trump, and we brought in someone just over 100 days before the election. We brought in a black woman, and by the way, who is still in it, and who, every poll shows is in the margin of error of 50-50. That is a massive hurdle for a woman, black woman, anybody to climb. And she's climbed it because she's been disciplined and she's stayed on message. She's been a great candidate.
I want to add one thing that I think hurt her. And when Biden was running for president, he said, I'm going to appoint a black woman as my vice president. I don't think he should have said that. I think what he should have said is, I'm going to appoint the best person for vice president, and then appointed her. Because what he did then is people said, you're just a token. Yeah. You're just a token. And had Biden not said that, I think she would have been elevated.
And instead you think she was diminished?
I think she was diminished.
Autumn, what do you think?
I actually agree with that. I think it's always... it's never great to make someone feel like token or to make someone look like a token, especially in a situation where you need someone to reflect power when power is the item at hand.
Yeah.
All right, Mimi Walters, Autumn Burke with us as our coverage continues here. We're going to get another election update now. We got our Chris Sedens on the desk.
Yeah, Mike, taking a look at some of the biggest battleground states right now. Pennsylvania with its 19 key electoral votes, 88% of the ballots now counted. Very, very close race there. Trump at 50.9%, Harris at 48.1%. Georgia, 16 electoral votes, 93% of the ballots counted tonight. And they're expecting to have all their ballots, or most of their ballots, counted tonight. 50.7% for Donald Trump. Harris with a 48.4%. Michigan, 15 electoral votes, 54% of the ballots counted. Trump at 51.9%, Harris 46.3%. Also, you've got Minnesota, 10 electoral votes, 61% counted, Harris at 51%, Trump 46.8%. Nevada and Arizona, both states with long lines still at the polls. So we are hearing that they are extending the voting hours for both of those states. Nevada is still very early in their counting. As for Arizona, 52% of the ballots now counted. It's really a dead heat. Donald Trump at 49.9%, Kamala Harris at 49.2%. KNX News has projected several state winners, obviously. Most recently for Donald Trump, he has taken the key battleground state of North Carolina. Most recently for Kamala Harris, Oregon, New Mexico, Virginia, Hawaii. Harris has also gained one electoral vote from Nebraska. The current total electoral count, according to KNX News, Trump 230, Harris 210. Whoever gets to 270 wins. Also locally, Democrat Adam Schiff elected to the U.S. Senate for California, defeating Steve Garvey, and KNX News projecting Prop 36 has passed. Charles, Mike, back to you.
All right, Chris, thanks. Got another one.
This is a KNX News election alert.
Yeah, this is a big one, a big win for Donald Trump. KNX News now projecting that Donald Trump has won the very important battleground state of Georgia. Earlier in the evening, he won the also significant battleground state of North Carolina. Autumn, over to you. Your reaction? You were nervous before. I'm guessing your pulse rate has increased.
If you saw her on the YouTube stream just now,
I know, right?
Face.
Yeah. This is the time to look at YouTube. I'm
KNXnews.com. We have a link.
At a rate that I didn't know I was capable of doing it. Quite frankly, it's not awesome. What can I say?
Is that the quote? It's not awesome?
I don't know what else to say.
Mimi?
I think it's pretty awesome.
It's awesome? Yeah. For you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll let Autumn keep doing her math, and Mimi basking in a little bit of glory here. While we go to the House races, the propositions in California, these Orange County seats. We've got a couple in L.A. We've got the Mike Garcia, District 27, Santa Clarita, Palmdale, Lancaster, and George Whiteside's the Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, parts of Irvine. That's Dave Min, Scott Baugh. You've seen the Michelle Steele ads. We were talking about Will Rollins, Ken Calvert earlier on. Let's talk to Paul Mitchell now, pollster and analyst at Redistricting Partners up in Sacramento. Hey, Paul.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing good. How are you doing? Where do you want to start tonight with all this?
Well, I want to start by saying hi to my neighbor. You've got Autumn on there, and she and I share a backyard fence.
We do.
And she gets to hear us play pickleball.
I do. Quite aggressive.
America's favorite game.
Right. So yeah, the congressional races have been a target for Democrats to hold one seat in Orange County, the seat vacated by Katie Porter, and then to potentially pick up other seats in Orange County, up in northern LA County, up in the Central Valley. And right now, all these races look incredibly close.
And since we just had the breaking news, so we're going to put you on the spot a little bit on the presidential race. So we now have Donald Trump winning two very significant swing states, the state of Georgia and the state of North Carolina. What do you make of that?
So first off, Georgia was a critical state potentially for Kamala Harris to win because it opened up two paths for her to win. She could win through those upper Midwest states, or she could win through a Sunbelt path. And by losing Georgia, it blocks those paths. She has one way to win this race right now, and it's through winning Pennsylvania, actually, right now. So Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, she has to win all three of those. And looking at them closely, she is not favored in any of those three right now. Donald Trump looks like he's most likely to win all three of those seats. Unless something changes in the next few hours, it doesn't seem as though there's an open path for her to win at this point.
We keep saying the same thing to everybody. Surprising or no?
Surprising and no. I mean, the polling has shown that these races were incredibly close, and we were all looking for maybe some major polling error that would shift all these races one way or the other. And Democrats got a lot of hope out of a poll in Iowa over the weekend that showed that younger women, independent voters, and older senior women were actually favoring her in higher numbers than expected. And they looked at that data in Iowa, and even if they weren't clinging to Iowa as a potential swing state, they thought, aha, look, this is really going to translate to these other states through the suburbs, abortion being a key critical issue, that she has the, kind of math to potentially win. And then also, I mean, just objectively, no matter if you're Democrat or Republican, you look at the two campaigns last 2 weeks on the trail. One did seem really untethered, and one seemed like they were on what their message was. It just seems as though, even though being disciplined and being on their message might not have been enough to actually win this election.
So should we perhaps spend less time, you think, in the future paying too much attention, no offense, to polls?
The polar coaster? You want to get off of that?
And we don't want to get rid of the polls. Those are always too much fun, and we can't avoid it, I think, honestly. But no, I think the polls, we'll see what we end up finding out. But the polls did tell us where we were at, which is that everything's on a knife's edge, and that we might be waiting days to figure out who wins these seats. And it might be that these states are won by 1 point or 2 points either way. And the challenge is that people can't think like, oh, if I watch the polls enough, my side will win. You win by getting out there, knocking doors, and donating campaigns, and those campaigns win by having the right messages and the right candidates. So there's a lot that goes into the mix. Sitting on the couch hitting refresh on Nate Silver's website doesn't ever win an election.
That needle's not going to move the way you want it to. Since you mentioned time, I mean, how long do you think to get some of these, especially if they're as close as they are right now, some of these seats that we're watching here in California, which really could decide things when it comes to the House?
Yeah, so these seats are really interesting because you look at them almost individually, and we have data looking historically at how these votes have come in. Because, so let's say in Orange County right now, Dave Min is a little bit up on Scott Baugh. We saw a lot of Republicans voting early in that district, so he might be in a good position to hold that Katie Porter seat. On the other hand, out in Riverside, we have Will Rollins ahead of Ken Calvert by almost the same percentage. But we saw historically that a lot of those Republican voters wanted to take their ballots to the polls in 20 and 22. This district, generally, the late votes break more Republicans. So while the two races look identical right now, one might be more likely to actually be a Democratic win, and the other one might end up being that Republican holds it. There's other races around the state that are within 100 or 200 votes right now with the early votes, but there's probably a long time before we know who actually won these races.
There's plenty of people out there right now going, Paul, I know I don't really care who wins anymore. I just want those TV ads to stop, because the amount of spending, the amount of tension that's been on some of these, I mean, we've got like 3 or 4 TVs in the newsroom, in the studio, and they've all been running Michelle Steele ads at the same time at some points.
Yeah, no matter who wins the election, we all win because we get our cell phones back. The text messages have been insane. And I don't watch a lot of TV, but I do a lot of little TV interviews. And I'm amazed when I'm sitting in the waiting room how many local ads there are all over the state for the candidates, even state Senate candidates and assembly candidates. It's a lot of spending.
All right, Paul Mitchell there. He's a pollster, analyst, redistricting partners in Sacramento. Paul, thanks so much for talking to us. All right, back in the room here with Autumn Burke and Mimi Walters. We want to do another vibe check? How are we doing? Now that you have time to settle during that.
Yeah, and watching, I'm out of one corner of my eye, I'm seeing people leaving the Harris event. Someone, I guess, just came out and said she will not speak until tomorrow. So I think... Yeah. That doesn't thrill me. And it doesn't.
That's never a good sign.
It's never a good sign. But on top of that, I just kind of also am, people have really committed to being out there. Mm-hmm. It's such an important moment for them.
I would be disappointed. If I was there, and I was supporting my candidate didn't come out, I would be.
Yeah,
I'd be upset.
Right. I mean, shouldn't she come out and say something to the effect of, it's not over yet,
right.
and
thank you all for coming here and trying so hard.
Yeah. I have to agree with you. That is disappointing. I get that she may be feeling disappointed, but she really, I think for people who came out, who stood out there for the last few hours, it was important to see her face. I think that's really...
But let me ask you something. I mean, Mimi, as a former congressperson, you know, politicians have, and you too, Autumn, politicians have advisors, right? Where are her advisors? Where are the people saying to Harris, you know, you got all these people out here, they've worked, you know, their rear ends off for you. It's not over yet. You need to go out there and at least thank them. Yeah, well, being polite. You need to go out. Doesn't she have advisors who tell her
They
stuff?
may be telling her to do that, and she may be saying no. We don't know.
Right. But what would be
But
why would she say no?
Well, to Autumn's point, I mean, she's probably feeling down about the whole thing and is not sure what she would want to say. But I think, I agree with Autumn, I think she should go out there and thank those people for being there, for supporting her. She's got to be she's got to be the bigger person. I will just share with you guys, when I lost to Katie Porter, it was not fun. I mean, and I didn't know for about a week that I had lost. It was a very slow death, if you will. However, I also have 4 children, and I knew that my kids were going to be watching the way that I handled myself when I lost a race. And by the way, I didn't think I was going to lose. And I felt it was very important to set a good example for them. And I did. And, you know, things happen in life, but you have to thank the people that have helped you, and you have to set an example. That's what a true leader does.
It's election night here on KNX News. We will continue on just a few minutes away.
You're listening to Election Night 2024 on KNX News 97.1 FM.
On KNX News 97.1 FM.
Busy night so far. Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman with you.
Nathan Hochman has been speaking to his supporters at an event in Beverly Hills. He surged to an early lead in his bid to unseat incumbent L.A. County District Attorney George Gascon.
Traveling all over this amazing county, meeting with thousands of people, and the message has constantly been clear. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. They have looked at their safety. And this is safety. It turns out that safety is a crossover issue in our political environment amongst the demographics out there and the geographics out there. that everyone wants to have a safe environment for themselves and their family. They want to simply go out, not just at night, but during the day, and not have to worry about coming back to a home that's been robbed or a car that's been broken into. If they own a store, and we've met with so many store owners out there, they don't want to have a situation where they can no longer even call the police department because the police department says, our hands are tied. So here's what I'm here to tell the police department. Your hands aren't tied anymore.
Nathan Hochman there, and we've seen some long lines out in L.A. and Orange counties. We were looking at one of the helicopter shots earlier, and we said, where is that? UC Irvine. They were lined up for more than 4 hours waiting to vote. Line got so long, they extended it past 8 p.m. so everybody could get in there. Got the latest from Bob Page, Orange County Registrar.
We did have a large turnout at UCI today, and anybody who was in line at 8 p.m. will get a chance to complete the voting process. We did throughout the day, as the line grew, continue to send more staff, more equipment, as well as our mobile voting unit out there to be able to better process the students there and get them through the line. One of the challenges with a college campus is we do get a fair number of new voters who are not yet registered, and under state law they are allowed to do same-day registration and vote provisionally. So getting somebody registered through the process does take a little bit longer than somebody that just needs to check in and be given a ballot. But we worked with UCI. We had the assistance of one of our county supervisors, Katrina Foley, who had her staff out there helping. You know, we threw another 15 staff or more out there to help with things and added more check-in stations, more ballot printers to make sure we were properly serving those students and getting them helped as much as possible.
There's the top election official in Orange County, Bob Page. Also, projection here from us here at KNX News. Laura Friedman defeating Alex Belekian for the 30th District Congressional seat. That's a big one, vacated by Adam Schiff. So his former seat, a powerful one out there in Burbank, got the studios and all that stuff too. So, and then that was the one where like 15 people ran for it. The primary was huge. Everyone wanted it. Yeah. So Laura Friedman, Assemblywoman, getting that seat.
We were talking a little bit before about that we now know that Kamala Harris is not planning to speak until tomorrow. I'm curious, do you think that it would be smart for Donald Trump to say something tonight, Mimi?
I think he will.
You think he will?
Yeah.
Stop
He
him?
can't help himself, yeah.
Well, I mean, do you think he's going to follow? We talked about this much earlier in the evening, the so-called Steve Bannon playbook, which is to just say, you know what, I've won.
Well, if Kamala does not win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, I think he will say something.
Autumn?
Oh, I think he's saying something no matter what, and no matter what if these numbers were exactly reversed, he would have come out and said he won. I mean, come on now, who are we kidding?
Well, the Harris campaign actually, kind of put out the notice. We expect him to say he won either way. Wait for tomorrow. But I don't think, obviously, they thought the night would be going as it's going for them so far. And yeah, quite the contrast as we watch the watch parties here, and people are leaving the one at Harris HQ and still packed in to the one at the Trump headquarters. More to come here just minutes away.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest.
Story so far, good night for Donald Trump. 2 swing states for him, Georgia, North Carolina. He's leading in some of the other crucial states right now. Also confirmed Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight. Our coverage continues right now with CBS News.
Only on KNX News 97.1 FM.
10 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. An announcement a short time ago at Vice President Kamala Harris's headquarters at Howard University. It comes as former President Donald Trump leads Harris in electoral votes so far, 246 to 194, and CBS News projects Trump will win the battleground state of Georgia. Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond tells supporters,
"We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight."
But Richmond says Harris will speak tomorrow. CBS News characterizes U.S. Senate control as leaning Republican. Republican U.S. Senator Marco Rubio of Florida.
You look at Philadelphia, I think the Philadelphia and its suburbs have the highest increase in food costs of anywhere in the country. That's a factor here tonight. That's a factor in this election.
CBS News projects a decisive re-election win for Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson to keep a seat in the U.S. House. Speaker Johnson expresses optimism for the rest of his party.
When Republicans regain control, which we pray tonight that that's what's going to happen, we're going to have the most aggressive first 100 days agenda that anybody's seen in a modern era.
Democrat Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina tells CBS News.
Well, it's still a path, but it's thorny, and we'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there.
CBS News projects that in North Carolina, the state's Democratic Attorney General, Josh Stein, has defeated Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson in the state's gubernatorial race. Stein telling supporters,
"We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians."
Stein is set to become the first Jewish governor in the state's history. A mostly smooth election day nationwide was marred in multiple battleground states by a series of bomb threats. The threats in Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania turned out to be hoaxes, but forced evacuations and some polling places extended hours. The FBI said many of Tuesday's hoax bomb threats appeared to originate from Russian email domains. CBS's Bill Whitaker.
The U.S. intelligence community, the FBI, and CISA all say that Russia is the most active threat. And the Department of Justice says that Russia is getting involved in our elections to bolster Donald Trump. They're pumping out fake videos, fake articles, fake social media posts, all of this to spread disinformation so that we will lose belief in our own election system and to stoke divisions among us.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
This is Election Night 2024.
On KNX News, 97.1 FM. Brought to you by LMU Loyola Law School, where students ignite justice. LLS.edu/radio.
Here are Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman.
10:03 here in Los Angeles. Mike and Charles, Mimi Walters, Autumn Burke, our reporters all over town. You heard the national update. Good night for Donald Trump. Here in California, Adam Schiff's your senator. Not really a surprise. Also, this was polling strong. It passed. Prop 36 sort of phrases your tougher on-crime measure. Let's do a roundup of what we're seeing out there. Emily Valdez at the California Democratic Party election party in downtown L.A. She's live with us. Emily.
Hey, Mike, it's really loud. You can probably tell. So if you ask me a question, you're going to have to yell it at me. But what I can say is people here, this is the big Democratic election night here. People are watching this screen, and they're still hopeful, people are saying, because Trump is obviously ahead right now. But Senator Adam Schiff beat out Republican Steve Garvey, so that was a big win for Democrats here. He's going to be holding the seat that was held by the late Dianne Feinstein. You might recall she died at age 90 in September of 23. He spoke to the crowd not too long ago.
In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing,
so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms.
So this is kind of interesting if Trump does win, because you might recall that Adam Schiff was led the impeachment hearing into President Trump, impeachment trial. He was the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, and that kind of put him in the national spotlight. Before that, he worked as a federal prosecutor here in Los Angeles. Now he will be representing California. Each state gets 2 senators, alongside Senator Alex Padilla. Mike and Charles, do you have a question you want to yell at me?
We're good. We'll let you go. Thanks. We don't need to yell.
Yeah, no yelling tonight. We're still a way off from getting final results in those key congressional races in Southern California, 3 of them in Orange County, which could decide control of the House of Representatives. But the chairwoman of the California Republican Party, Jessica Milan Patterson, says she has high hopes. She talked with our Natalie Tavidian at the GOP election HQ over in Newport Beach.
So right here in Orange County, we've registered over 30,000 new voters since the last election cycle. Statewide, we've registered over 400,000. This is the reason why we have the infrastructure to be able to get candidates across the finish line. Every single assembly district, Senate district, congressional seat, and county in the state has better registration than they did 2 years ago.
There are a lot of close races tonight, especially congressional races. How are you feeling about all of them?
This is the way that we have gotten used to races here in California. Last cycle, we had races that weren't called till December. So we know what our job is. We know that these races are close, and because we're playing in seats that Democrats have the advantage, some seats by double digits, more than double digits. So we are very cautiously optimistic. This isn't new to us, but we're going to be continuing to push through, and we have great candidates.
What do you attribute that to, the rise in the registered voters, Republican voters, and all of these close races?
Well, in February of 2019, when I first took over as chair, we were essentially the 3rd largest party in the state. There were more people choosing decline to state than were choosing Republican. We knew we had to roll up our sleeves. We had to show up in communities that have been neglected by our party over the years. And right now, we're seeing a huge movement amongst Latino voters. And I have said for a very long time that the road back to sanity in California is through the Latino vote. We're seeing it in seats like Congressman Mike Garcia's, like Congressman David Valadez, like Congressman John Duarte's in the Inland Empire. This is our road back to sanity here.
What's the best case scenario for you tonight?
Best case scenario is +3 on the congressional side.
That's the head of the California Republican Party, Jessica Milan Patterson.
Let's get some more of the exit polling in, and then we're going to go to the one of the states next doors. But CBS exit polling now, Harris edging out Trump on favorability, but about 8% of voters who really don't have a favorable view of either. You know, the double haters we've heard so much about. It's higher than the 3% who didn't have this in 2020, but lower than 18% who didn't like Clinton or Trump. The voters going for Trump over Harris, though, these double haters. The group also went for Trump in 2020 and 2016. Now, let's go to Arizona. The exit polls there were showing Harris with a little bit of an edge. Voters under the age of 45. Trump winning out with voters over the age of 45. Stu Barnes is with us, president and analyst of Copper State Consulting. Stu, how's it going for you guys so far?
It's going good, thank you. It's 11 o'clock in Arizona, 11:08, and it's been a relatively trouble-free day. That's a good thing in Arizona, and it appears that Trump is on the way to winning. He held his own in Maricopa County, which is the center of gravity in Arizona, and he needed to do that. Kamala Harris needed to win big in Maricopa County because the rest of the state, generally in the rural areas, are more conservative oriented. And so if everyone in Arizona, I think at the moment, feels like even though the votes are not finally counted, he has a slight edge, and that edge will increase as the final votes are counted.
Any notion why Harris seems to be falling short there?
No, the best guess is she can't defy gravity, and gravity is she is a San Francisco liberal trying to be a moderate person in Arizona, and that's a difficult thing to pull off. Despite Trump's chaotic style, she's got the burden of incumbency and things not going very well. And as I say, her birthright politically is left and from Northern California, and that just doesn't sell well in Arizona.
Was abortion on the ballot there, and what happened with that?
Abortion is on the ballot, and it's passing like 65 to 35.
And that's to overturn what, the ban that was in place, like a 15-week kind of thing, or remind me?
Yeah, right. Arizona has a 15-week limit, and this sets a viability limit and also leaves it up to the doctor and the mother in case of her mental health, which many view as an open-ended abortion until birth moment. But nonetheless, it's going to pass with a 2/3 majority.
So, Stu, am I reading that correctly, that the abortion issue then was not that helpful to Harris in Arizona?
It was not. Although I might note that in down-ballot races, in the U.S. Senate race, in a couple of swing U.S. House races, Democrats are doing well. And despite Trump winning overall as a Republican, Democrats may flip 2 U.S. House seats and will maintain, if you will, the U.S. Senate seat now held by Kirsten Sinema, who's an independent. And that says something. And I think the abortion topic actually had did its work, if you will, in those races, because that was certainly the lead issue for all Democrats in those races.
All right. Interesting splits. Okay, President, analyst at Copper State Consulting there, Stu Barnes in Arizona. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes, but let's go local again because we got him there in Beverly Hills, our Pete Demetrio with the Nathan Hochman campaign. Of course, it was him versus George Gascon. Pete?
You have a lot of very happy people here at the Hochman, if you will call it, party. It wasn't certain until Hochman got up on the stage, waved, and then he was thanking everybody who had been with him on this 13-month journey to unseat incumbent DA George Gascon. Toward the end of it, Hochman basically told people that because of the work that all of these people had done, all the volunteers, all the financial donors, we have a new DA.
But I'm happy to say, with what I'm reported to hear about a 20-point lead at this point, that while the final ballots have not been counted yet, that we can look forward to a new district attorney in that office, a district attorney that will be a partner with prosecutors, law enforcement, the champion of victims, and someone respected by criminals to actually do what he says he's going to do. And so, at the end of this speech, as I do the end of all speeches I've given for the last 365 days, I am here to tell you that George Gascon is about to be gone.
And you can tell from the reaction there, a lot of those people were assistant deputy district attorneys and others who were part of the DA's staff who had been waiting for someone to literally clear George Gascon out of there. Apparently the voters have done this. And now, as Hochman is saying in his speech to everyone, he intends to listen to a lot of the people on the DA's staff to find out who the best people are and how their views on how they conduct policy are going to jive with his new way of policy of guaranteeing that there is not just incarcerate or don't incarcerate, there's a hard middle. A policy where people will be given an opportunity to do something other than state prison time, but if they miss out on that chance, guess what? There will be penalties involved, and there will be changes in the DA's office 31 days from now.
Pete Demetrio there at the Hochman party. Back in just a few minutes, our election night here on KNX News.
This is special coverage of Election Night 2024 on KNX News 97.1 FM.
Shop the best deals of the year during the Living Spaces.
10:17, Mike Simpson, Charles Feldman. Big announcement now.
This is a KNX News election alert.
KNX News now projects Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. They have flipped 2 seats in West Virginia and in Ohio.
I'm going to talk about the House in just a couple minutes here, but first let's get a reaction from those in the room here. Autumn Burke, we can start with you.
Poor Autumn.
Poor Autumn.
Do we have to?
She's like, no, Mimi first.
We were already talking about the therapy that I'm going to undergo in no short order. I'm not totally surprised by this, although I am, very happy to see that abortion and a lot of those constitutional amendments are passing, and so I'm just going to hang on to what makes me happy for the next couple hours.
It's going to last for hours,
I'm hoping. We're going to try.
Yeah, Mimi?
So I'm a Republican in a very blue state.
Yeah.
So this is kind of nice for me, honestly, because I don't usually have the wind at my back on Republicans winning. So, I'm cautiously optimistic.
Okay. Well, that's a good segue because in Orange County, we've got all these different races, right? We've been talking about these House seats. Michelle Steele up against Democratic candidate Derek Tran, Dave Min, Democrat, and then Republican Scott Baugh. That's Katie Porter's open seat to represent portions of the county there. And with us now is the chairman of the OC Republican Party, Fred Whitaker. So, Fred, how are you feeling? Are you cautiously optimistic? Do you echo Mimi here?
Absolutely. Very, very optimistic. When you look at the total votes turned in, by 3 o'clock today, there were over 43,000 Republicans more than Democrats that voted in Orange County. And in Scott Baugh's race, over 10,000 more Republicans that voted than Democrats. Orange County registrar is painfully slow in getting the results out. Most of these results are just the vote by mail and drop box voters through about Wednesday of last week. It's going to be very late tonight and into tomorrow by the time all the late votes are counted. And I'm very confident Michelle Steele holds her race and that Scott Baugh wins the 47th. And we've added to the House majority.
And if that's the case, what would you attribute that to?
Well, I think a lot of things happening nationwide. Certainly the border is the number one issue in everything that we polled. Crime and inflation are the other 2 issues. And we had all of our candidates focusing on those quality of life issues for everyone. And so I think that helped us a lot because we have the absolute better answers than the current party in charge. And as a result, we're going to win House races and hold the House majority.
Was there something on the California ballot for you guys, too? I mean, when we look at how Prop 36 did?
Oh, absolutely. Prop 36, it was 70% of the vote, crossing all party lines, people wanting to have crime be illegal again. That certainly helped our candidates.
Well, might be losing his.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
what did you hear? Okay.
You kind of just trailed
so
off.
I'm sorry. Prop 36 with 70% of the vote certainly helped all of our candidates across party lines.
Right. Okay, Fred Whitaker, Orange County Republican Party. So he's feeling good tonight, too. Let's go over to our election desk. We got Chris Sedens.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Let's see here. Let's run through what KNX News is projecting for victories for Donald Trump this evening. Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Florida, South Carolina, Arkansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, Wyoming, Texas, Ohio, Missouri, Montana, Utah, Iowa, Kansas, Idaho, North Carolina, and Georgia. Trump wins the statewide vote in Nebraska and 3 electoral votes. Harris wins Nebraska's 2nd district. Kamala Harris wins the 1st congressional district in Maine, and it's 1 electoral vote. Okay, I'm being told to switch over to another set of results here. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. About 93% of the ballots now counted, with Trump leading 51.1% over Harris, 47.8%. I just realized something. I gave you all of Donald Trump's victories so far tonight. Let me give you what we have on the Kamala Harris side. Vermont, Maryland, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Washington, D.C., Illinois, Delaware, New York, Colorado, Connecticut, Washington, California, Oregon, New Mexico, Virginia, and Hawaii. Okay, back to what I was mentioning before. We went through Pennsylvania, Michigan, 15 electoral votes, 65% of ballots. 65% of ballots counted. Donald Trump, 52.4%. Kamala Harris, 45.8%. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, 89% of the ballots counted. Trump, 51.2%. Harris, 47.1%. Okay, how about we leave it at that for now? We'll check in again later. Charles, Mike, back to you.
So far, this has not exactly been the night that I think Kamala Harris or her campaign or supporters were quite expecting. In fact, her campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond, addressed her supporters at an event at Howard University.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Did I hear Oz? I mean, I thought in my headphones, I thought I heard people go, oh, in the
it
back.
sounded like that, and we were talking about that before.
I would be just, if I was in the crowd for, whatever candidate I've supported, and then they didn't come out, I'd be upset.
But it's also not, and I think we were all in agreement on this here in the room, that has all the earmarks of a campaign that's really disappointed.
I mean, Hillary did the same thing, right? I mean, it's not... I mean, I think more important than it's a sign that you're losing, it's as someone who's been elected, I think it's you have to be very gentle with your supporters, and I think you have to be kind to them. And if they've stood out there till 1 a.m, let them see your face. Thank them. They've worked hard. These folks have knocked on a lot of doors. I'm one of the people that knocked on the doors. So had I been standing out there, I would have said, aw.
Does this say something perhaps about her character?
I don't know that it says something about her character. I think, to Mimi's point, or the Congresswoman's point, that, there's a lot of advisors, and I think there's a lot of commentary, and I think there's experts in the room probably giving you some advice. This would maybe have been one of the times I would have appreciated her kind of shirking that and doing what she feels is best.
Like, I got to go out there.
Yeah, I got to do it. It's one of those times. But, there must be a reason. I don't know what it is. And whatever it is, I don't love it, regardless of what it is.
I'm thinking back to the Arizona interview where we left off and we said we'd bring it back. So let's do it now, where it seems that there's that interesting split. Some of the down ballot races are still going Democrat. The whole state's looking like Trump instead of Arizona or instead of Kamala Harris. But they did pass the enshrinement of abortion into the Constitution. So if abortion won, which was going to be a huge Harris issue, then it's just a Harris problem?
I think, I mean, it may be, or not maybe so much a Harris problem, but maybe...
Or the double haters are doing their thing, and they're just like, I'll do what...
too high of a mountain to climb in too short of a period. That might be the problem. Like I said, Californians know her. People in Arizona, probably not so much. And what they would know about her, I think, would be automatic defaulting to a progressive Californian assumption.
Yeah, but I think Mike hit on a good point here because
First time for everything.
I mean, she put a lot on the abortion issue, and yet voters so far seem to have, in large measure, separated women, in particular, obviously, the abortion issue from Kamala Harris, and that has to say something about a defect in Kamala Harris as a candidate, no?
And I think what I'm saying agrees with that. I think what I'm saying is it's maybe not. I think what you're saying is it's personal. I don't know that I think
if it's personal so much as they've sized her up and decided that we agree with her on abortion,
right?
But we don't think she should be in the White House.
I mean, that's what it's coming.
That's what it seems to be so far.
That's what it seems like. But what I'm saying is I don't know if that's based on. I think my assumption is that is based on an assumption about her, a California Dem running for office is that a super progressive? If I don't know you, I'm going to put you in the box I assume you should be in, which is a California progressive Dem. I think that's the assumption that anyone would make if you don't know me, right? And so I think that may be the differential between voting for abortion, for the Constitution, and making a separate decision on her. And I do think, I mean, I've been looking at this split ticket voting thing a lot this cycle. I do wonder if that's going to become more of the norm of this, where I really look at the candidate and I really look at the issues on their merit and less on the assumption that a D or an R is what suits me. And honestly, in a way, I kind of hope we do. I hope we start measuring people up to who they are a little bit more and a little less to what letter is
than just being in that
name.
tribe thing.
Yeah,
you know?
than being in that tribe. And I think these younger voters, I think they're going to show us that. I think they may lead the way on that.
You know who's been listening in for at least the last minute or so? And when he got online, we have the chairman of the California Democratic Party, Rusty Hicks, with us. Rusty, if you caught some of that when we were talking about, splitting the ticket on issues like abortion and other things, but Kamala Harris having a really tough night. I mean, where do you come down on this?
Well, I think we always knew that it was going to be a close election. There's still a lot of votes to be counted. Certainly, we here in California were and are proud of our vice president sending a daughter of California to the White House. And at the same time, we're focused on these important congressional seats here in California. And you talked about ticket splitting and focusing on the issues. And certainly our candidates in these seats focused on the issues, and that's why I think you're seeing them be successful in early returns tonight with obviously a lot more votes to count.
Rusty, was Harris the wrong candidate for the Democrats?
The race hasn't even been called.
I know, but it's not. But it's not going. But let's. Yeah, I know, but you're right about that, and we've said that repeatedly.
Let me answer your question. States haven't been called. The race hasn't been called. We've been proud of her work here in California. Obviously, she ran a remarkable campaign in an incredibly short period of time against some real headwinds nationally, and has done a remarkable job. We'll ultimately see what the final outcome is.
Agreed, but let's follow your train of thought there, which is true that it hasn't been called yet. And let's say she wins. Let's say she pulls it off at the end of the day. It would still end up being an incredibly, as the polls had suggested, tight race. So that still leads to the question, was there something wrong with her as the candidate if she couldn't do better?
Well, why are you blaming a candidate for a divided nation?
I'm not blaming the candidate, but the candidate is the person you vote for.
I understand that, but you're saying, was she the wrong candidate?
Yeah,
and
was she?
You're saying no, absolutely not.
Okay, that's
clearly.
Let me back you up here. She wasn't the wrong candidate. Absolutely not. This was a high mountain to climb. No, listen, as a woman and a woman of color, I will give Rusty the layup here. No, she was not the wrong candidate. Period.
Autumn Burke with the assist coming through. Yeah. We come down to that. We always do that, the ceiling floor thing. Like Trump was always going to get a certain amount, right? And he wouldn't deviate from that. But she has to, or had to, or wherever we're at right now, which is still, she has to tonight, she's going to win, get to a level that's obviously above him when we're doing the math. But she had more room that she had to climb, a higher ladder, right?
Right. Yes, I'm sure Rusty's still on the phone, but yes.
Yeah, and I think given what she had to do in just over 100 days with the headwinds that she had, I think has done remarkably well with where we're at this particular point, with a lot of votes to be counted. I know it's a fun narrative to count it to say it's already over. But I refuse to believe that.
Would she have done better if Joe Biden bowed out sooner?
That's a hypothesis that we'll never know. I think she ran a remarkable race in a very short period of time to frankly put us in the ballgame.
We were talking with the Republican counterpart of yours down in Orange County, and he was feeling great about his seats down there and how close they are, and those swing districts. We're looking for control of the House now. Are you on the other side of that? How are you feeling? What are you seeing in those numbers?
Well, I think we're up in 4 of the 6 competitive races and very close in the other 2. The future of the House runs through California. We have invested significantly in phenomenal candidates that have run great campaigns. And I think that we will ultimately be successful in a great number of these seats.
Chairman of the California Democratic Party, Rusty Hicks. Rusty, thanks for the time.
One state that has not as yet been called, but is a key state, of course, is the state of Pennsylvania. Alex?
Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by about 200,000 votes. And based on how many votes are in total, it appears there may be about 500,000 out, maybe slightly less than that. A swing of 200,000 votes with 500,000 out is a very difficult thing to pull off. And because of that, we'll characterize this race as leaning toward Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Now, I want to drill down a little bit. I used to work and report in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia in particular, so I know a bit about the makeup of the state, and I want to focus on Erie County because it is really seen as a bellwether in far northwestern Pennsylvania along Lake Erie. It went for Donald Trump by a slim margin in 2016, went for Joe Biden by a slim margin in 2020, and right now it is reflecting the rest of the state, with Donald Trump leading Erie County by a very slim margin with more than 95% of the vote in there. What this will come down to, and why most have not called Pennsylvania yet, is Philadelphia has less of the vote in than the state as a whole, about 89% in right now. So, in theory, there could be a lot of votes coming in that last 10% for Kamala Harris, but that is a big, big margin to make up, just to be clear about how things stand right now in Pennsylvania.
And because, Alex, you do know a lot about the state of Pennsylvania, as you know, she had the opportunity to pick as her running mate the very popular governor of the state of Pennsylvania, and she opted instead for Tim Walz. Is it your sense that at the end of the day, perhaps she will regret that decision?
Well, again, we have to see how it plays out, but it does look like Pennsylvania, who knows? Who knows whether picking Josh Shapiro would have made people vote for her?
Can liking a governor deliver a whole state?
I don't know. How popular is he?
And there will be, if this goes this way, there will be lots of hindsight decisions. Sure. Josh Shapiro is popular in a state that has razor thin margins on partisan and has split government in the legislature for a long period of time. To have a leader like Josh Shapiro, who is popular broadly across the state and does poll better in Republican circles than other Democrats statewide, there's value in that for sure. Would it have changed things? Who knows?
It's kind of like the conversation we were having in here earlier about the value of getting a little more split government around here, and you two were agreeing that, we were both on our bipartisan committees, and that's a lost art these days. Yeah.
I was just going to say about Pennsylvania, I think one of the challenges, if Kamala does lose it, is the issue on fracking, because Pennsylvania is the #1 natural gas state in the country, I believe, just behind Texas or something. It's one of the top 2.
The fact that she was she
was against fracking, and then she said she was for it, but she wouldn't give a reason why she changed her position. I think that was really telling to people in Pennsylvania, and I think that was a big misstep.
I think it's a mistake to not let people evolve. I think now that I experienced when I was elected and I went to the assembly, that there's a lot to learn about the complexities of any state or any country. And if you're not willing to learn while you're doing that job, I don't mean change who you are, but you should be able to learn and adjust. And I think that notion where you should stay exactly the same as you were when you got there is not good leadership.
But let me actually come to Mimi's aid on this. I think I don't think
we'll find out.
Yeah, no, we'll find out. No, I don't think Mimi was suggesting that she shouldn't have changed her opinion. I think what you were saying, Mimi, is that she hasn't, even till this date, given a plausible explanation on how she had this change of opinion. Is that right?
And I hear that.
Yeah.
And I hear that. But she did also call it earlier a lie. So I guess I'm still rewinding like an hour ago when
I called it a lie?
You called when Kamala changed her position. That was a lie.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. I may have said that, but she never explained. She never explained why.
Things
she never explained why.
That part's fair enough, but
Yeah.
I'm just referring back to like originally you called it a lie.
Yeah.
You know, in the nonstop cable panels that there have been over the last few months, the last week or so, it really has been on a lot of these. The issue of the idea of a double standard that she has been held to and he has not.
Right.
She hasn't answered that question. How dare she? She hasn't explained that right. And look at this. We're going to run a bunch of clips on it. And then they go, of course, he didn't answer.
Right. He has a concept of a plan. Right. But that's allowed because he's a man.
He did get nailed for that one,
By
though.
the way, he's allowed that because he's a man. Like, he is allowed that for reasons that are, it is that boy versus girl. We hold a woman running for something like this to a much higher standard than we do him.
But
clearly.
But wait a minute. But is it that, or is it because people gave Trump more slack because they know who he is? They knew what his positions were for years now. And Harris, although she has been vice president of the United States for 4 years, let's face it, VPs don't do a hell of a lot.
Right. And VPs don't do a lot. I'll leave the other word out. But I do think, but do you know what his plan is? Because the last I checked, when we first started, he was like, I'm not have anything to do with Project 2025. And then as time went on, I love Project 2025, right? Like, do you know? You don't know. But it's like that like Jedi mind trick where I like swing my hand over here or like a squirrel and it's like shiny ball over here.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. And we just go with it.
Mimi has this look on her face.
I know, that's why I stopped. I'm like,
Anything?
like you have something to say.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry. was a little distracted by the DA
By your Republican friends?
From the DA from Orange County who was just texting me. So
how's he feeling tonight?
He actually wants to know if you'd like him to comment on what's going on.
Come on, man. Come on the show.
Sure.
He has a
Sure. Okay, Todd. You're listening,
Spitzer.
Todd.
Come on, let's bring on Alex.
Just to to keep going with this Pennsylvania math, we got some more votes in from Philadelphia. It's now above the 95% mark, and the margin for Trump has not changed. It's hanging out around 200,000 votes. Yeah. So this math isn't changing.
So
the
there's not an
pattern
extra
continues.
250,000 votes hanging out for Kamala Harris somewhere. Just going to drop
Alex,
in.
does that surprise you, though, coming from the city of Philadelphia?
It surprises me a bit. It depends on where in the city of Philadelphia. I mean, there are parts of the city of Philadelphia, 135,000 people there have voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So it depends on, I don't have visibility into which precincts in the city are still out. But it did not change the equation very much in the past few minutes when several thousand more votes from Philadelphia came in. And that's significant for obvious reasons.
Election night here on KNX News. Plenty more to come.
Election Night 2024 on KNX News 97.1 FM is back after these words. It's Election Night 2024.
On KNX News 97.1 FM.
Yep, 10:45 here. Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman. Note here, we can say that Proposition 3 here in California, this is the one protecting gay marriage. This has passed. This is the one we were talking about with some of the USC students earlier, saying they were all about this one. And you know what? Ask and you shall receive. Listen to the show and text in, and you want to call an OCDA Todd Spitzer. Here you are.
It's like magic.
How you doing?
I am fantastic. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, well, you're loud and clear. Yeah, so what do you make of... Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Well, I am so excited. I mean, it's a trifecta. We got rid of Pamela Price in Oakland, Alameda County. She was recalled. A very progressive, out-of-touch DA there. We looks like we're 70-30. George Gascon is out. Progressive DA out of touch with his electorate in Los Angeles. And Prop 36, statewide, 70-30. People are sick and tired of the direction the state has gone, and they just want something very simple. I talked about this when I was on your town hall in your studio.
Yeah.
I think, 6 months ago?
Yeah,
whatever, 9 months ago?
No concept of time anymore. Yeah.
So all of this is what...
It was people want to be safe. People want to be safe, and it's that simple.
So these three races you ticked off, this is what makes you a happy man, huh?
Well, first of all, I am elected by 3.3 million people. I'm a reflection of the electorate in Orange County. We have held our own in Orange County. The sheriff down there, Don Barnes, and I think we have a very safe, the largest safe county in California. I am thrilled. I'm thrilled. I just left Nathan Hochman's event in Beverly Hills, and I'm so happy for him. But most importantly, I'm happy for the staff, the prosecutors, and the investigators of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. They are going to go to work, in January when Nathan is sworn in, and they're going to be able to do their job. And they're going to be able to follow the law and the facts of a case, and they're going to be able to do justice again. And again, listen, I'm going to give myself an admonition, and I'll give myself an admonition and all my 58 elected DA colleagues across the state. We cannot overuse Prop 36, these new tools. We have to be reasonable, we have to be commensurate, and we have to mete out justice in a fair and amicable way.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. I mean, what's the first thing, functionally, people might notice with this, becoming the law, or the people in L.A. might notice with a new DA?
What they're going to see is that when people have 2 or more drug convictions, a person's going to be offered treatment, and if they refuse treatment, they're going to be incarcerated. That's an option. They're going to see with people who are repeat thieves, that if they have 2 or more convictions, they can be charged with a felony and they'll be eligible again to go to state prison. They're going to see with fentanyl dealers, they're going to be admonished that if they peddle fentanyl or drugs and the drug contains fentanyl and somebody dies, they can be charged with murder. So it's basically, it is not a crazy initiative that just says we're going to throw everybody in prison, which is the arguments we had to deal with on mass incarceration. That is not true at all. It's additional tools that prosecutors will have to look at every case individually and make a determination if this particular defendant is somebody who should get treatment or needs to go to prison.
Is there any projection that you know of on what all of this might end up costing?
Well, the LAO, which is the Legislative Analyst Office, they score every initiative, and they indicated that there's probably going to be some additional costs. I think the governor, as you know, he disbanded San Quentin, and he moved the death penalty incarcerated inmates into general population, and he's closed prisons. I think, if you remember, he was very clear that he was not going to campaign against Prop 36 because he knew what we did, that it was, polling 70-30, and he didn't want to be on the losing end. And at least he was smart about it. But the governor is not dumb, and he's going to see the tide has turned in California. And it's his responsibility to be sensitive to the concerns of the public. So I do believe, from the bottom of my heart, we are going to see a dramatic change in attitude, or politicians are going to lose their seats.
Audenberg, you've got a question for the DA?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy you're so happy, but I do appreciate.
She's genuine.
Yeah,
I like
genuine.
being happy.
Wait,
I like being happy.
Me too.
And we're happy you're happy.
And we're happy you're
Yeah.
happy. And I do appreciate the comment that there's a need to be measured with Prop 36. I guess my question would be, where is the responsibility going to fall on, as far as implicit bias and those kind of concerns? The original concern that started Prop 47 was so much also about that Black and brown people were being held to a different standard. What is your responsibility in making sure that that is not the case?
Well, as you know, on January 1st of 2025, every prosecutor in the state is responsible for implementing race-blind charging, which means we'll be reviewing police reports, and all references to race are going to be redacted from the report. And then the report will be reviewed with those redactions, and a filing decision will be made based upon those unknown quantities that you described. And in the event that a prosecutor changes their opinion when they review the unredacted version, then they will have to document it. And we will have much better data to either edify or contradict that theory that prosecutors in California have not been meting out justice in a fair, honest, and equitable way across all races and sexes in California.
OCDA Todd Spitzer. Todd, thanks for coming on. Mimi will text you in just,
Thank you so much, Michael.
Just a minute here. Okay.
Bye, Todd. And again, we are very glad you're happy.
We're happy you're happy.
We're
Thank
all
you so much. I'm going to get a great night's sleep. Thanks so much.
Okay. So we're going to try to see what we can stitch together of what's been happening here locally, from the propositions and the DA's race and maybe the city council in L.A. With us to talk about L.A. County and city races, Wendy Gruel. She's a former L.A. city controller and mayoral candidate. Wendy, well, interesting night to say the least.
Are you as happy as Todd Spitzer?
Yeah, I mean, Todd's a very happy man. Are you a happy woman tonight, Wendy?
The honest answer is no, not yet. I do think there are some silver linings of areas where we have been successful, but it is still a long night and a long week.
You want to give us some silver linings? What are they?
Well, I think, talked about the Orange County races. I will say there that there are several which the Democrats are winning. It is close, but there are several seats where if we win 2 or 3 of them in California, we will be helpful in flipping the House. And so that is still within the realm of possibility. I think the other part is I was a big proponent of Measure A. I work on the issue of homelessness, and this measure, which is now I think over 50. I think the last number I saw was 55%. 50% is the number needed. So very excited about that measure passing and our ability to continue to provide services to get homeless individuals off the street.
There was something when they asked the question about that, though. They said, okay, do you want to take the sales tax, and double it and extend it? And people said, okay, yeah, I'll vote for it. Then the follow-up was always, do you think it's going to work? And that number was way down. It's almost like, yes, we'll vote for it. But at this point, we've lost a lot of hope. I mean, how do you mix those two together?
Well, I think you saw in this last year when they had the point in time count for homelessness, we saw for the first time in many years a decrease in the number of homeless. In addition to the fact that we saw more less encampments on the streets, so more of those going into temporary housing. That demonstrated that there was an opportunity when we could get people off the street, how important that is, and to get the services that are needed. And I think that even relates to Proposition 36 that was talked about. Its implementation, as Autumn mentioned, the implementation, having the resources available to do that. We have found that there aren't enough beds for people who potentially, are addicted to drugs or alcohol for them to be able to go into, or mental health beds. Our jails oftentimes are the largest mental health facility we have. So I think implementation of that item that passed, whether you are for or against, it will now need its implementation. That the devil's going to be in the details.
Well, the devil's going to be in the details, and the devil, as I mentioned before, is also going to be very much in the money. Where's the money come from?
Correct. And the money to be able, again, to, if you offer someone services and you say, if you don't take it, you're going to go to jail. But what if you say, I'm all in and there's nowhere for you to go? There's no services. How does that work? And so I think those are going to be the kind of questions in the implementation and the costs associated with it. I mean, the bottom line is that we have to work towards ensuring that we, provide, and it relates all to homelessness and housing and all of that and job creation, relative to stopping people from getting into a position that they necessarily are addicted. And how can we do that with the kinds of services we have in the state of California?
Quickly before we let you go, Kevin De Leon behind right now. Surprising or no?
Not surprising. I think that, you saw all of these ethics reforms on the city side relative to ethics commission and a independent redistricting and all of those areas that were really in direct, I think, response to the challenges that were faced from the tape that was Kevin De Leon was on, and others, and some of the other obviously ethical lapses of people who've gone to jail who were city council members. So I think that people are ready for a change, and this was one of those instances where they said, we want to move on.
All right, former LA City Controller, mayoral candidate Wendy Gruhl. Wendy, thanks. Expecting Donald Trump to speak soon. That's what we see from some of the video boards here. We're back in just a few minutes.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by: never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever.
FM and HD Los Angeles.
This is Southern California's news.
Republicans take back the Senate. Donald Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, leading in those other swing states, including Pennsylvania. You know, the one people saying it was all going to come down to. He's set to speak soon from Trump HQ. More of our coverage continues right here on KNX News.
Only on KNX News 97.1 FM.
11 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. CBS News characterizes Pennsylvania as leaning towards former President Donald Trump, who currently has 246 electoral votes to Vice President Harris's 194. Americans will not be hearing from Harris tonight. CBS's Matt Piper reports.
With many in the audience at Howard University, co-chair of the Harris campaign, Cedric Richmond, said this just before 1 a.m.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that vote is counted.
He said Harris would not address the crowd, but will speak Wednesday. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Trump supporters are still at his headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, and word is he's now in the building. Earlier, there were raucous cheers when it was projected that Trump wins Georgia. CBS News projects that Republicans will take control of the U.S. Senate in the congressional term. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
Sherrod Brown, a resilient Democrat in Ohio, had strong labor support, had strong backing in the 3 C cities of Ohio, Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. After 3 terms, we project he has lost to Bernie Moreno, the Republican businessman from Ohio. That's 1 seat lost from the Democrats. West Virginia was an uphill fight from the jump. The Republican governor, Jim Justice, served 2 terms in Charleston, projected as an overwhelming winner over Glenn Elliott. That's the seat vacated by the retiring Joe Manchin. There's 2.
CBS News projects Republican Senator Pete Ricketts wins the U.S. Senate special election in Nebraska, defeating Democratic challenger Preston Love. And Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is projected to win election to the U.S. Senate from California, defeating Republican opponent Steve Garvey. CBS News projects a decisive re-election win for Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson to keep his seat in the House, where the Speaker tells supporters
it's going to be a good night, and I think ultimately, I pray, I believe that God's not done with America yet. I think he's going to give us another chance. That's what I believe.
Not enough of the votes have been counted in Wisconsin, one of the battleground states, to make a projection. In Milwaukee, a recount of some 31,000 votes is underway due to a problem with doors on some ballot machines. CBS's Major Garrett says of Wisconsin and the presidential race,
the vice president is running well behind what President Biden achieved in Milwaukee County. That's one of her problems. In Dane County, that's Madison. About equal, but still a little bit behind. And I can tell you this red area of Wisconsin, redder than it was in 2020.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast.
KNX News 97.1 FM. Brought to you by LMU Loyola Law School, where students ignite justice. LLS.edu/radio.
Here are Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman.
Yeah, here we are at 11:03. You heard the national news there. We're awaiting Donald Trump to speak from Florida. Here in California, shift for Senate. Prop 36 passes to increase those criminal penalties for the drug and theft-related crimes. Nathan Hochman well ahead of George Gascon for LA County DA. Let's go to that Hochman party again in Beverly Hills, and we've got Pete Demetrio.
With more than a 20-point lead over incumbent George Gascon right now, Nathan Hochman told a crowd of close to 500 people, many of them law enforcement, contributors, and deputy DAs. The days of social experimentation in the DA's office is over, and he spoke about shopkeepers who told him they were afraid to complain about criminals because they weren't filed onto the day. And the police officers, he had a simple message for them.
So here's what I'm here to tell the police department. Your hands aren't tied anymore. The DA's office will not have a political agenda ruling what goes on and what gets prosecuted. We will go back to just 2 things, the facts and the law.
Hochman says he's going to be listening to his deputy DAs with a collective hundreds of years in case experience to get their input about how to make proper changes in the DA's office after he's sworn in on December 6th.
All right, Pete Dimitrio, thank you. Let's take another close look at some of the big local city and county races across L.A. We've got on the line former L.A. City Controller Ron Galperin. Again, if you're listening on the Odyssey app or over the radio, you can also watch us, knxnews.com. We've got the YouTube link up right now. Ron, what's your biggest thing that you're taking away so far tonight locally?
Well, locally, it's been a mixed bag. On the one hand, you have a tremendous victory for DA on the part of Nathan Hochman, really kind of trouncing the current DA. On the other hand, you've got a very, perhaps even ultra-progressive candidate who has bested Kevin De Leon in the city council. So you've got some interesting and mixed results. And there's the county measure for increasing the size of the Board of Supervisors. It's narrowly losing at the moment, although we'll have to see what the final votes are. The voters did, though, go along with more money for housing, particularly for those experiencing homelessness.
And what about the measure for rent control?
Well, what's really interesting, if you look at the state numbers, it really kind of suggests a mostly what you might call a more conservative approach by many of the voters statewide. And of course, the numbers are not fully in, but the voters in California voted no for bonds for affordable housing and infrastructure, no for eliminating the requirement that inmates work, no for raising the minimum wage. They voted no for broadening the power of local jurisdictions to put in place rent control. And they voted yes, overwhelmingly, for increasing sentences for certain drug and theft crimes. So it tells you a lot about where the voters as a whole in California are.
Yeah, I mean, is this just a predisposition to say no to ballot measures when they're so long and you really have to give me over 50 or 60%? I got to be saturated with knowledge of it to even vote yes? Or are we, maybe even nationally, just feeling more conservative these days?
Time will tell on what that is. Certainly some of it is because things are so complicated, but at the same time, voters did agree for bonds for public schools and college facilities, an overwhelming yes for the constitutional right to marriage, bonds for water and wildfire. So the voters, I think, in many cases knew what they were choosing, and it was not just about going no across the board.
Any surprises tonight for you that something stuck out where you really didn't think it was going to go that way?
Well, it's interesting. Some of the ballot measures that are statewide, I did not expect, for example, that when you look at restricting the ability of local jurisdictions to broaden rent control, that you would have only 37%. I did not necessarily expect that increasing sentencing. I knew it would pass. I didn't know that it was going to pass, at least if you look at the current numbers, by 70%. That's pretty overwhelming. Some things were very predictable, such as the DA. And when you look at the 3 city council races, 2 of them I think were really quite predictable in terms of the victory of Heather Hutt and Adrena Zarian. And Kevin De Leon has had problems for quite a long time, ever since those tapes, needless to say.
All right. Yeah.
And his opponent saying, pardon my language, F the police did not seem to make much of a difference.
Former LA City Controller Ron Galperin.
This is a KNX News election alert.
A very big win tonight for former President Trump. KNX is now calling the race in Pennsylvania, state of Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, for former President Donald Trump. So he is won in Pennsylvania. He has won in North Carolina. And, yeah.
And Autumn's map does not really work anymore on your eye. Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it says.
It is. I mean, math is math.
3 electoral votes. 3 electoral votes, you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. I don't see a path at this point.
Serious. Someone serious started.
Siri.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's my
It's yours.
Siri.
Wait, Siri might have math. I don't know.
She
Let
has
her
found
finish.
3 electoral votes for you.
Yeah. Well, okay.
All right. So who wants to go? Who wants to start dissecting this first? The happy one or the sad one?
Let the happy one enjoy her moment.
Mimi.
Okay, Mimi.
Well, in terms of dissecting the win in Pennsylvania, is that what I'm dissecting here?
Yeah.
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 And how the night's going so far?
Well, I think we all knew
Him
it
also up in every other battleground state right now.
Yeah, I think.
Are you as happy as Todd was in Orange County?
Todd was pretty happy.
He was really happy.
Yeah, he was pretty happy. Listen, I always felt that it was going to be a tight race, but I also felt from the research I had done that even though the polls were very close, that was to an advantage for Donald Trump, just given the polling from 2016 and 2020, that Kamala had to be a little bit higher in the polls in order to be competitive. So am I surprised? I'm not surprised with the way things are turning out right now. And I actually do think that Pennsylvania was a very key state that she needed to win. And I believe that, as it was said earlier, I think if she had picked Shapiro as her vice president, I think it would have helped. But I also think, because I think she had to get over that energy issue. But, you know, it's a good night for Republicans. They're going to take the Senate. I don't know where we are in the House yet. I think the House is definitely still a toss-up. We have those races in California that are too close at this point.
It take a long time to count those too.
Yeah, we do. Got to love our state. But I think by and large
Do you
Republicans
miss
are
the
going to be
days
very
when we
happy.
all used to just go to the place, the garage and the school, and then vote, and then it was you knew before you went to bed. You went to bed, and then you knew the next morning that you would have it right there.
As my kids would say back in the olden days.
Back in the old days.
Yeah.
Tell me about the olden days. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. So that's the happy person here. Let's go over to the sad person tonight. Autumn, is there a path for Harris to still pull this off?
I don't see them. I mean, with Pennsylvania gone and North Carolina gone, and the other states leaning towards Trump, I don't see the math.
Yeah, he's just like one state away
right
now.
He's
leading. And,
right, and there's enough of a lead in Wisconsin, and at this point, it looks like Nevada, to say that, chances are the math is not going to come out in her favor.
When we talk about like surprises, there's always the she could win the popular vote and he could win the election. That was always talked about because that's a reality and that happens. But if he wins the popular vote, is that surprising?
Yeah, I think it is, and I think it's surprising. I think it'll be surprising to Republicans too. I don't think that's just a Democrat perspective. I think that it's going to be it's surprising to both sides.
But what does that say then? Not about Trump or Harris. What does it say about Americans and the mood of Americans?
I mean, I think it means that there's still a want and a need for something, and people are still grasping for it. But it's too close to say that the thing that they are looking for, that Trump is the answer to it, and it's too close to say that Kamala wasn't.
But what is it that they're grasping for?
My honest opinion, I think that the country is, I think the country isn't as attached to this concept of government really succeeding for them. Mm-hmm. I think that that's the struggle. I think right now that there is enough people in America that believe that the government is not solving their problems, and so this caricature of a person, Donald Trump, feels less government-y, feels less part of the system, although very much, he was president, he's already been president. I think that they have the illusion that somehow this caricature is less a fixture of the government. And I just think there's that sensibility that government is not serving them the way that they had hoped.
Have they been telling Democrats that, no, I feel like it's not working for me, and have Democrats not been listening?
I hate to say it. I don't think they're not listening.
Because there's always the "don't take me for granted"
Right,
thing. I'm
it
not always
is.
going to vote for you. You know?
And it is. And by the way, you shouldn't take any vote for granted. Anyone who's ever run for office absolutely knows you should not take any one vote for granted. And I don't think that Democrats aren't listening. I just think that one, like I've said over and over tonight, we're not good with our messaging. I think we deliver a lot of great, services, opportunities, protections for the people of America. I think Democrats do that. I just think that we have never been great, or have not in a very long time been great. We had a great messenger in Obama, right? He was so good at delivering that message, but I think we've struggled since then to really deliver the message of what we do really, really well. And there are lots of things we do really, really well. And we are going to have to really look deep down inside and figure out, one, how do we message that? How do we make sure people in our country know that we provide protections that they really want and they really need? And until we really, and I also think, to Jessica's point earlier, I think that Democrats need to kind of revisit some of the states that they don't go to that often, that they kind of throw away, that they're kind of like, look, that's a red state. And I think we need to build our relationships in those states, really work on not just the ground, but a long-term commitment to states that maybe we don't focus on the way we should.
I have just something that I have observed over the last several years. And one is, you have parties that have kind of an extreme. You've got the far right that are kind of out there in extreme. You've got the far left that are same thing. And I think the country, by and large, the voters really are in the middle. Mm-hmm. And you're seeing that it's a close election for president. Yeah, Republicans are taking the Senate, but right now they may get to 55. They're not going to blow out the Senate. And then the House, we don't even know who's going to have control of the House. So what that says to me is it's people need to come together. The decisions on a federal level we see so often really are made in the middle. Both sides have to get.
But Mimi, what is it? And I'm
we
asking this.
We also have a guest on the line too. We can bring into all this. Yeah, we got Timothy O'Reilly, chairman of LA County's Republican Party. So he's in the mix now too.
Okay, but let me just trail off with the question to Mimi. What is it about Donald Trump, if he ends up becoming president again, that suggests to you that he's the person to bring everyone together? I don't.
It's not necessarily him. It's the policies.
No, but it is.
It's not
him.
the personality. It's the policies.
Yeah,
but I think people voted on the policies.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I don't think
more so than the personality.
I don't see that.
Well, Autumn's going to say they can't identify the policies.
Right. I mean, I don't. Not that they can't, but that I don't know that they do. But I'll tell you, as a Democrat sitting here right now, I 100% agree with Mimi that most people live in the middle. Like, they live in that middle space. They're not far to the left, far to the right. That being said, literally, we were just joking. I'm like, I think I'm the enemy within. Do I need to put my alarm on tonight? That's not somebody who's bringing us together. And if we really are trying to find the middle, I don't know how we do that. I don't know how we do that with someone who is so polarizing and who makes me, because I don't agree with him on policy. Let's just talk about policy.
Let's take that point and then let's ping pong that over to Timothy O'Reilly. You heard Autumn's concerns. I mean, what do you say to her? Because you're having a good night tonight, right?
My concern, frankly, is that, I mean, we have been, and this is where I think this country's moving, and why Trump is coming back, is the information that is being put out against Trump is so just absolutely outrageous. The lies that they tell about him, the things that the propaganda is coming at, basically giving
what are some of the lies?
How about one that he's going to do a national ban on abortion? He has come out time and time again. That was one of Kamala Harris's major campaign. Oh, he's going to do a national ban. That is absolutely wrong. You see what he did in the changes he made to the Republican National Convention, or the platform. That's not even an issue. The only thing that's an issue is Republicans are against late-term abortions. That's what it says. The fact that he's going to do a national ban, that's an absolute lie. And people, I think, when you're starting to get the ability to look at alternative media, starting to see podcasts, starting to see other places on the internet, they're waking up and they're realizing they're getting lied to. And that's the frustration. And if you're in that bubble, if you're in that bubble of, oh my God, that Trump he's a Nazi, he's a Xenist, he's a homophobe, the lies that are being told about him that way, that's creating this unsettling thing. But I agree, everybody's in the middle, but they're just getting subjected to this information campaign that is just so wrong.
But what about the things that that no one's that come out of his actual mouth? Like, that's not stuff that like someone manufactured, unless you're saying all of these things are deep fakes. It's like, these are things we've heard directly out of his mouth that he has said about women, that he has said about.
What, like, for example, the comment where he says, I'm going to protect all women?
How about
completely taken out of context?
Or how about Horseface? Or how about the tapes? How about the Access Hollywood tapes? I mean, you dismiss all of that. I just
the
there
fact
are some
that
things that come out of his mouth,
again,
and you can't call them lies.
The fact that he uses coarse language and he says things that the Access Hollywood tape, something in a locker room talk.
Yeah, but he's also
but
Timothy, he is also a convicted felon.
Oh, you know what? We'll see how that goes at the end of the month.
No, he's a convicted felon.
That's one of those things.
No, that's not going to change. He's a convicted felon.
Convicted felon by the time that gets done with an appeal. I'm a lawyer, and I can tell you that process was so slanted and so biased and so, in my opinion, I can't imagine it standing.
So you don't believe in jury verdicts?
Oh, I absolutely do believe.
Well, the jury of his peers, if there are peers to Donald Trump, found him guilty. So yeah.
I also believe in judges who are so politically motivated that give them jury instructions where a jury has no other choice but to convict. That's the game that gets played, is the findings that are made in certain jury instruction. I mean, this is the technical aspects of the law. If anybody wants to look at those kinds of things, it's you give biased instructions, you're going to get a biased result. That stuff will get sorted out. So, that's one of the things that I think most Republicans looked at that and they said, you know what? If that's what they're going to use to convict this man, some crime that's never existed anywhere in New York that they've essentially created for him, some application of the law that this judge made up his own jury instructions for, because there was none. And the jury instructions were such that essentially it's a directed verdict against him. That's why you didn't see that move the needle in the Republican Party, because they're looking at it and going, wait a minute, that was just not fair. And so I think in time you're going to see that whole charade of not only the civil verdict, the criminal verdict, all that stuff I think is going to come apart.
Well, I certainly hope I hope you're right that he didn't mean some of the things he said, and that they are all lies, and he didn't say the enemy within with his actual mouth, or that he didn't say that he was going to use military inside the U.S. I hope all these things are fiction. I really do, for the betterment of the country. But as someone sitting here, I find it hard. You can't just take it back. And I think it'd be so much easier for us to come together if someone in your position would say, you know what, he did say it. Probably not the right thing to say. We may have won tonight, and what we're going to do as a party is ask him to roll some of those things back and make this place an inclusive place for everybody. That's what we need to hear, especially from someone in your position.
Look at the example Trump did when he governed for 4 years. He was as inclusive as they get. Why do you think we've got people like Tulsi Gabbard, who used to, she was the vice chair of the Democrat National Committee, coming across? Why do you think you've got RFK coming across? All of these people realize that the modern Democrat Party has left them. They say, I didn't leave the party, it left me. And that's where you're getting back to the classic liberals. And I think that's where Donald Trump comes from. He's not necessarily, when he first ran for president, I didn't trust him because I didn't think he was a conservative, frankly. And then I found out he governed conservatively after he got elected. So my faith was restored in him. I said, this man is a conservative, principled man. I have absolute admiration for him. He's very libertarian in a lot of the things he does. And you can see that in his policies. Again, there's no the Republican National Platform. There's no comments in there. The whole issue about gay marriages. There's no comment about marriage between being a man and being only between a man and a woman. It just says we believe in the sanctity of marriage, which is absolutely true. And all of these things, that entire platform was handwritten by Donald Trump. And people need, if they would bother reading what his words are, you'd understand where this man is coming from. And he is not a divider. The dividing, again, the coarse language, the New York style things that, to we Californians sound very crass and very nasty sometimes, that's the environment he came from. But again, you can look at the example of which he governed from. And in seeing that, you're going to understand that he is completely focused on how do I make this country better. And that's the thing that, I was talking to some people. I remember, years ago in college and high school, I used to be able to talk to my friends, or the conservatives or liberals, and we'd all sit there. Everybody believed in one major principle.
Tim, we're going to jump
this
in
country
here.
greater?
The chairman of LA County's Republican Party. Donald Trump is just walking out on the stage there in Florida. We can bring that up. They play the music, but he's got the whole family. Melania's right next to him. All the kids. Again, this is right after Pennsylvania was called. Lee Greenwood, right?
Yes, that's the song he always plays when he
always
enters,
plays it. Eric Trump posted a tweet just not too long ago of him looking over the speech he's about to read. Now he's going up to the microphone. You'll hear him soon. Thought maybe they were going to wait for Wisconsin or one other state to put him over the edge, but nope, out there on stage now. Bunch of people in the crowd's got the phones up, got the mega hats on. They say 45 and 47 on the edge of those hats now. The stage is packed full of people. Just waiting for them all to come on through.
Yeah, it's a pretty big crowd.
Trump will fix it, is what it says on the side of the stage. Big American flag on top. Yep. Does anybody watch anything anymore? Do we only watch through the cell phone when we're taking a video of something? Is anyone in the moment there, or are they all on their phone? Oh, he almost talked and then waiting for the song to finish.
Well, hopefully he dances.
Pointing at some people.
Yeah, he's pointing out to, I guess, people that he knows in the audience there. And this is, by the way, at his campaign headquarters.
Speaker of the House there.
West Palm Beach, Florida. It's quite late on the East Coast, too. It's like almost 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. J.D. Vance. Blue suit, red tie.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here tonight, very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 900, 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Donald Trump, 45th president, and then, as he said it there, 47th president, declaring victory there in Florida, and saying at the start of that, greatest political movement of all time that is only going to reach new heights. That's how he put it. Mike Simpson and Charles Feldman with you. And, yeah, we had Lee Greenwood to start it. YMCA to end it.
Yeah, and you know, he said at the end of his speech that he intends to keep his promises, the ones that he made presumably on the campaign trail. The question now that I think many people are wondering is, which promises did he mean?
Yeah. Because there's been some thought about the concepts of a plan and all the criticism he's gotten as we've gone all the way through, and then how much of this is he going to be able to do? The Senate going Republican, but what about the House? That's going to take some time to figure out, especially when it comes to us here in California and how long it takes to count our votes.
And as for those of you who are wondering, well, what happened to Kamala Harris? She is promising to speak to her supporters sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, she didn't come out tonight.
No.
There was her campaign spokesman, one of the officials that went out there at Howard University and said she won't be. And the crowd, you could audibly hear them kind of sigh. They wanted to hear from her, but she's not out there tonight. So, we're going to go into tomorrow morning and in the next few days, and obviously there's going to be so much unpacking of this. But this isn't only, a Kamala Harris thing. That this is like a repudiation of the Democrats and a lot of their ideas at this point. This last administration, I mean, they linked her, as much as she talked about being new and fresh and different.
Right.
She was seen as the incumbent still, Donald Trump, although he was president before, seen as something new. And when people feel frustrated for whatever reasons they do, you can tell them the economy is great, but if they don't think it is and they say that's number one, they're going to go for something they think is fresh. They're going to go for a newcomer.
And let's talk about some of the results locally here in California and here in Southern California in particular. On the DA race, it looks like the era of the L.A. County progressive district attorney in the form of George Gascon is ending.
Yeah, Nathan Hochman well ahead in that race, and we saw it going this way, and so did he. Pete Demetrio was saying earlier they printed up the banner, already said D.A. Hochman. They unveiled that early on tonight, and then Prop 36, the rollback of portions of Prop 47, that has passed as well. And we had somebody on earlier saying, when you look at some of these ballot measures, even here in deep blue California, he was getting the feeling that people are feeling more conservative this election across the country.
Well, and Prop 36 was kind of joined at the hip with Hochman, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's 100% true. And we had our DA debate here with the LA Times,
right. Yeah.
And he was out there strong. And George Gascon never would quite get anywhere close to saying, well, maybe I like some of it. Maybe I can work with this. No, he was always, it was a MAGA thing, and he also brought Trump up all the time. And now Trump is out there declaring himself the next president. And he's only got one more state, right? He's 3 or 4 electoral college, votes away, depending on how you do the math. And there's, one district in Maine or something they can go. But one more state, it could be Alaska, it could be Arizona, whatever it is.
Right.
And then it's his officially.
Donald Trump certainly didn't enjoy a working relationship with then Congressman Adam Schiff. Now it looks like he's going to have a relationship with Senator Adam Schiff.
Yeah, because he is going to get that seat, Dianne Feinstein's old seat. He beat Steve Garvey. And we asked the question earlier, now is he, Donald Trump's major foil? Because he positioned himself as that before. But, Democrats are going to have a lot of, workshopping to do after this, try and figure out what went wrong for them. And we've been asking that all night. The polls are within the margin of error all the way through. But there was always that thought, I think, on that side that there's no way that Donald Trump could win again, even though mathematically, yes, but there was some kind of break there that, it wouldn't happen.
Mike, there's no way to know this unless he at some point comes out and says what he is thinking. But I do wonder what Joe Biden, who is, after all, still president of the United States, and apparently earlier in the evening was watching all of what was going on from the White House. I do wonder what is going through his mind.
Yeah, must be a very interesting night for him. Yeah, we'll see what he says as we go into tomorrow. And Kamala Harris will be speaking sometime when we all get up in the morning. It's 11:57 here at KNX News.
If you have COPD, here are some reasons to go see your pulmonologist again. 1, those flare-ups you keep having, they have the chance to cause permanent lung damage. 2, we now know a certain type of inflammation can cause flare-ups for some people. And 3,
when can I see Grandma?
Need more reasons? Visit www.livewithcopd.com.
Mike Simpson.